السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. أما بعد. Inshallah, we're going to be here for a little bit, and as we know, we're going to talk about Hajj and Umrah, because Umrah is part of Hajj. If you've been to Hajj, alhamdulillah. If you have not been to Hajj, this is the first time you're going, inshallah, you will have a good experience. We hope and pray that you will, because you're going to learn a lot of things. If you've been to Umrah, that's even better, because you've already done 50% of what you need to do, and you already know what you need to do. The people, the brothers and or sisters that are here, how many of you have gone to Hajj before? You've gone to Hajj. How many of you have gone to Umrah before? So a good number of you have gone to Umrah before. So this is one of the things that is changing, that keeps changing, and especially in the past few years, in the past couple of years, there have been a lot of changes that have occurred. Now, alhamdulillah, I had the privilege for the first 12 years of my life. I lived there. I performed many umrahs, many hajj. I performed hajj as a child back in mid to late 80s as well. I've been leading umrah and hajj groups for the past several years. The last time I was in hajj was in 2018 and 2019, right before the shutdown that happened because of the coronavirus, as we know. Now, since then, a lot of changes have happened. So if you had gone prior to 2020, if 2019 was the last year that you went, and now is the people are going, last year was the first year outside pilgrims were allowed to come. If you're going now, there are major changes that happen, starting with how you book the Hajj. Previously, it was through the agent. It was very simple in the sense that you found out through the travel agent of your choice which one is taking a Hajj group, which scholar that you would like to go with, and you'd hand over your passport, your documents, and your payment, and you're all set. Everything else was handled by the travel agent. Now, the revised way of doing things, starting last year, is that they are trying to streamline the process. I'm just giving you the background so you understand where we're at, because the presentation is going to be based on that. And also, we're waiting for the screen to come down as well. So we have a presentation for you as well. So I'm just giving you the background. So what happened last year was people had made plans, people had made payments, people had done everything. And then just a few weeks before Hajj started, an announcement came out that travel agents are no longer going to be allowed to do any of this, what they've been doing before, and everything had to go through online. There was a platform that was given. People had to go register themselves. Last year, there was a lottery system. This year, there's no lottery. And they had to register, and then they would be taken care of. What that means is no local groups, no local scholars, no local support, nothing. Everything is dependent on what happens over there. Now they've built on that. Last year, there was a different platform that was called, it had a name. This year, the platform is called Nusuk. And Nusuk is a platform where you had booked your Hajj this year. That is the only platform. If any travel agent sold you a package or a ticket saying that they're taking you for Hajj, you better double check. Because this year, no one is authorized except Nusuk, which is the official platform by the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah under the government of Saudi Arabia. That is the only platform. So your ticket, your hotel, your whole package is based on that platform. If anyone sold you anything from a different platform, you better double check. That's all I can tell you. Now, this year, I have been involved in multiple conversations with many groups, many scholars, many people who have been aspiring to go to Hajj. And what they have said so far is booking the Hajj has been more exhaustive for them than Hajj itself. And for those of you who have done that, you know what I'm talking about. People have been sitting at their computers 24/7, keep refreshing the page, hoping to see that there's a package that they can purchase. There's a package that they can purchase. And then to make the payments have been a challenge. First of all, finding the package has been a challenge. They don't know the details. If it was someone local that I was working with, I can find out which hotel I'm getting. Is it double? Is it triple? Is it quad? I want to be with my family together. None of that. You don't have any of that options now. Previously, people who had gone for Hajj, one of the things that you often heard, what a terrible person that is. What a chore that person is. He stole my money. What a terrible service he provided me. Now you realize the value of agents that were there, because now you are having to do everything on your own. From booking to payment to researching the hotels, transportation, accommodation, and all of these things. So there's a lot of work that has gone into for the brothers and sisters that are going this year. If you have been chosen, if you have been selected to go, or if you've been successfully been able to make the payment and all of those things, That's great, alhamdulillah. So now let's get to where we are now. So to reiterate what I've said, previously you had religious scholars with you in the group, whatever that you chose, that were there to help you and guide you step by step. Last year, the pilgrims were promised that they were going to get this, but they did not get it. So a lot of people were on their own. A lot of challenges from the logistical perspective. Last year, the only option people had, for example, was to fly Saudi Airlines. And Saudi Airlines does not go to all cities. They only goes to 3 cities, I believe, in the United States and Canada. So if you were going from Chicago, from here to New York, for example, you are on your own. You have to make your own arrangements. Even this year, there are some airlines, not all airlines that are there. Some people are having to make their own accommodations as well. I'll just get this connected while we're doing this here. Yeah, need to move it up. So last year, a lot of people, they went to the airport and they went to check in. Like we bought the package, and they said, we don't have a ticket for you. Why are you here? We don't know what you're doing. And then and who are you gonna call? There's no agent here. You have to contact the platform. And the platform, with the advent of artificial intelligence and bots and all of those things, you're getting an automated reply. So people faced a lot of hardship last year. And I'm mentioning all of this is because I want to prepare you. You need to prepare yourself mentally, physically, spiritually, and we're going to talk about all of these things here before you go on this journey. Maybe 1 second. No, no. I think it might be there. No? Okay, well, while we're sorting this out, let's go back to what I was mentioning. Give me my tea. And then when people got there, the hotel accommodations, they said, we don't have any accommodation for you. We don't have any reservation. We don't have any booking. People faced a lot of hardship. When they eventually got the accommodation, a lot of brothers and sisters, they reported that they were double booked. Double booked in the meaning that I'm sleeping in my room, all of a sudden in the middle of the night, the door is opening and someone else is walking in, saying, we've been given this room. Men and women were booked together, total strangers. I'm telling you, these are not stories or hearsay. This has been published and documented by credible sources and reporters as well. This year, we hope that it is going to be better, inshallah. But you need to go with a mindset, with a clear mindset, setting the right expectations. And those expectations are anything and everything can happen, and I am going to be prepared for it. I have put in all this time and effort to be able to go on this Hajj. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala invited me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made it happen for me. And if I have been able to go through this much, I will be able to go through the rest of the journey, no matter what comes my way. And there are going to be challenges. There are going to be difficulties. I'm telling you that now. It is going to happen. It's not that it is not going to happen. So let's go ahead and while we're figuring that out, let's talk about the obligation of Hajj. The obligation of Hajj, first and foremost. The obligation of Hajj, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran, this is a command. As we know, as Muslims, there are 5 pillars of Islam. We know that. And the final one, the fifth one being Hajj. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran, وَلِلَّهِ عَلَى النَّاسِ حِجُّ الْبَيْتِ مَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ إِلَيْهِ سَبِيلًا. And you owe it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is a duty upon you to perform Hajj. مَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ إِلَيْهِ سَبِيلًا. Those who can do so. Those who can do so. And there are 2 conditions. Those who can afford it financially and who have the ability to go physically as well. So if you're sick, if you're ill, you cannot travel, you cannot walk, you're facing hardship, then you're excused. It's not mandatory on you. Or if financially you don't have the ability, you don't have the capability to do so, then you're excused. It's not an obligation on you. But if you have the financial means, if you are healthy, then it is an obligation on you. Now, as we're getting this, I'll just expound on this a little bit more. One of the common misunderstandings or misconceptions that a lot of brothers and sisters have is, when do you actually go for Hajj? Can you go now? Can I go now? Yes. Do I have the money? Yes. But I'm not going to go now. When am I going to go? When I'm 50, 60, 65, 70. Why? Because I'm too busy right now. I'm too busy with school. I'm too busy with college. I'm too busy with getting married. I'm too busy with raising kids. I'm too busy with my career. I don't have the time to do any of this. And out of all of the different ahadith that are there, the one that you remember the most is, once you perform Hajj, all your previous sins are forgiven. So I'm going to live my life the way that I want. I'm going to do what I want. 50 years later, I'm just going to go do Hajj, and then I'm going to come back with a clean slate. What do you think? Do you think that's going to work out? Do you think it's going to happen that way? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala judges you by your intentions. He's going to, it doesn't work that way. So perform Hajj as soon as possible. As soon as you have the ability to do so, as soon as you can, you have the means, you have the finance to do so, go ahead and do it and get it done. And that was actually the trend that I was seeing within the past 10 years. A lot of youngsters were going and performing Hajj and fulfilling that obligation. Now with this wrench that has been thrown in this for the past 4 years, it has been a challenge. 2019 was the last year. 2020, there was no Hajj because of the coronavirus. 2021, foreigners were not allowed. 2022, which was last year, limited number of foreigners were allowed. And now 2024, this is the 2023. This is the first year that they said that they are going to resume in the same number of pilgrims as before. Although the platform has changed, the way things are done has changed. Each country, for example, each country gets a number of quota, meaning that those are the number of pilgrims that are allowed to come from that particular country. Now, it has been said for this year, the total number of quota for the United States has been reduced from the previous number of years. No one really knows the exact number. Some have said that it is as low as between 3,000 to 4,000. Some have said it is 5,000, but not sure. It's not. No one is sure. Same thing for the UK. Same thing for the European Union, Europe in general, and all of those things. The pilgrims, the numbers seem to be reduced. The challenges the people have gone through, and even when they were booking the package, for example, if they were able to get the package, they had 5 days to make the payment. And if you don't make the payment within 5 days, that package is automatically canceled. How you make the payment? You had 3 options, either with credit card. Now, if you're going, let's say the package, and the packages are not cheap, by the way. Packages are $17,000, $20,000, $25,000. Not reals, dollars. Okay? Now, you want to put that on your card. If you have a card that has $50,000 of limit on it, you're doing pretty good. Okay? Now, chances are most people don't have that kind of credit card. And even if they did, the card was being rejected. Now you had the 2 options. The second option was wire the money directly into their account. Now, us being Muslims, we're told we're not discriminated against, we're not under any kind of scrutiny and anything. But if I go to my bank and I want to wire $30,000 over to a country which is not looked in a favorable light, I want to wire over $30,000. Do you think that is going to go well? It will. The money will eventually get there, but there's a lot of questions that are there. There's a lot of scrutiny that is there. Many people had their money held up. And then if you don't meet that 5-day deadline, that package is gone. That package is gone. You have to start over again. Okay? If you start over, what happens with that money now? Where's that money at? Where's the refund at? Contact Nusuk. They will get it to you. When that's going to happen, we don't know. No one knows that. Or the other option was they had payment centers in selected countries. I think Texas, Houston, and Austin, and New York. 2-3 cities, they had payment centers where you could go and make the payment in person. Those were the only 3 options that you had this year. So the point being, there was a lot of hardship that went through. Cashier check, but you have to pay that in person, right? Cashier check, you have to pay that in person. You have to go and pay that in person. You see, is the screen working now? It should work? Okay. No, I'm extending it. I can duplicate it too. It's showing too? Okay, 1 second. Okay. Is it showing too?
Yeah, we can see number 2 on that. You can duplicate it. There you go. It's working now. There you go. It's floating.
Here we go. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made this an obligation on us. وَلِلَّهِ عَلَى النَّاسِ حِجُّ الْبَيْتِ مَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ إِلَيْهِ سَبِيلًا. And there's a couple of hadith that I put there as well, that whoever perform Hajj for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and utters no word of evil, nor commit any evil deeds, shall return from it as free as the day that his mother gave birth to him. Basically meaning he will come back with he and or she will come back with a clean slate. Hajj Mabrur is a concept. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But it is basically a complete and accepted Hajj, for the reward is nothing but Jannah. That's the obligation for Hajj. You have to have the financial ability and the physical ability to go and perform the Hajj and come back. Now, there are a lot of questions that are there in regards to this. We'll get to Q&A as well. Then there is also the mental, spiritual, and physical preparation. Those are all the things that you need to do. I'm going to tell you this right now. If you don't make the effort to learn about the Hajj, if you don't put the time and effort into learning the rituals of Hajj, you are going to have a hard time. This is not a small thing like praying or like fasting. There are many steps that are involved here. There are many rituals that are involved here, and you need to learn a lot of those things. And it's not learning in the sense that you have to memorize a lot of things. You have to know what you're supposed to do. You can have guide with you. You can have a printed guide with you. You can have an electronic form with you. But you should know what you're doing. It should not be that you go there and now you're trying to learn what you do. Especially when knowing that you're not sure if you're going to have a guide with you or not. You're told that they're going to give you a guide, but going from here, you don't have a guide. So the guide is, you are the guide. Okay? You are the guide. You have to guide yourself. I'm trying to keep it as real as possible. That's why you need to make the effort. Because look, this is your Hajj. This is not my Hajj. I am not going for Hajj. I am one of the unfortunate ones that have not been invited this year. In 2019 was my last Hajj, and I thought that I would be back in 2020. No one went to 2020. No one went in 2021. I thought I was going last year. The flyers were published. Everything was done. That didn't happen. I did not go. This year, same thing. I'm not going this year. You have been privileged and chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to embark on this journey. So take it seriously. Make the effort, make the preparations, do what you need to do to make sure that you do this correctly and rightly, and the rest you leave in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're not going to get a telegram, you're not going to get an SMS, you're not going to get a text message, you're not going to get a WhatsApp message saying, your Hajj has been accepted now. No, that's not going to happen. But you do your part, and inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will accept it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in this verse from Surah Al-Baqarah, Al-Hajj ashru ma'lumat, faman farada fihinna al-Hajj. No.
Can you go to your studio? Go back. Go to studio. Double touch. Something blank. Right? That's not coming. Stop sharing. Present. Present. Slides.
No, it's local, it's not slides. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الحج أشهر معلومات فمن فرض فيهن الحج فلا رفث ولا فسوق ولا جدال في الحج وما تفعل من خير يعلمه الله وتزودوا فإن خير الزاد التقوى واتقون يا أولي الألباب. Hajj is in the well-known months. Whoever intends to perform Hajj, then he should not have intimate relations with his spouse, nor commit sin, nor dispute unjustly. فَلَا رَفَثَ وَلَا فُسُوقَ وَلَا جِدَالَ فِي الْحَجِّ. This is important for us to understand, that there is no committing sins, no unjust argument, no disputes. As far as the relationship, that's only in the state of Ihram. Outside of the state of Ihram, it's permissible. We're going to talk about all of these things. But what I want to focus on here is the arguing and the fighting and the disagreements that you will see many people having. This is something that is not permissible, and it is going to have a negative impact on your Hajj. And I'm going to tell you this now, as I mentioned earlier, from the moment that you land over there until you come back, your expectations should be down here. You should not expect for things to operate normally. If things are operating normally, that's not normal, okay? It's not like over here. I'm telling you that. Things are not organized the same way that it is over here. Don't expect to be treated as a VIP just because you came from a Western country. That's not going to happen. From the moment you land until you come back, starting at the airport when you land there, you will find people, maybe their luggage is lost. They lost their luggage. Flight was delayed. From the airport until your hotel, the transportation is not there for 10 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. These things happen. You have to think about it. hundreds of thousands of pilgrims that are coming from all over the world. And they're trying to process them as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, and mistakes will happen. It's not that it will not. They're going to try to minimize it, but it is going to happen, and it will happen. And if you're one of the unfortunate ones, it happens with you, take it easy and be patient. For Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us here, وَتَزَوَّدُوا فَإِنَّ خَيْرَ الزَّادِ التَّقْوَى. This is important for us to understand. Take provisions with you for the journey, but the best provision that you can take with you is taqwa. That is the most important thing that you can take, meaning being conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, being aware of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the most important thing that you can take with you. Now, previously, what used to happen was when you landed there, your agent would meet you there, or one of his representatives would meet you there, and they would take your passports. And your passports would be with the agent throughout the journey, and before you leave, on the day, those passports would be returned to you. What is going to happen this year? We don't know. We don't know. No one knows this. Is someone going to come and receive you at the airport? Is someone going to take your passport? We don't know. Okay, I see a lot of concerned looks on your face. We're going to talk about that here, how you can address some of those issues. But it is normal for them to have been taken your passport and you were given a card or a bracelet or some sort of ID in return, and then you get that later on. This year, we're not sure how it's going to work out. But if it does happen, don't panic. It is the norm. This is why it's important for you to go prepared. And part of that preparation is to have multiple copies of your passport, both physical and digital as well. We're going to talk about that in the next couple of slides. So from the moment you land until you come back, expect to face all sorts of situations. You're going to have people, maybe when you're doing tawaf, maybe when you're doing umrah, maybe when you're doing sa'i, people are going to run into you. People are going to push you. People are going to cut in front of you. All of those things are going to happen. Be patient. Say Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah that I am here. Out of the millions of people that were trying to come, they were not able to come. Oh Allah, that you have chosen me to be here, therefore I will be patient. If someone cut in front of me, someone elbowed me, someone pushed me, someone stole my slippers, someone stole my water bottle, anything can happen. All of these things can happen. The bus is not there on time. They promised me a buffet meal in the tent in Mina. They didn't give it to me. Alhamdulillah. Drink some water, have some dates, drink some milk. You will survive. You're not going to die. If you don't have that biryani, it is okay. Your Hajj is still going to be valid, believe it or not. Your Hajj will be valid. You can survive without it. You can. Trust me. So don't have any of those expectations. If you do get it, Alhamdulillah. If you don't get it, Alhamdulillah. That is what you have to do. That is the mindset that you need to have. Now, this is a hadith that is important for us, and I put this here for a very important reason. Sayyidina Anas bin Malik radiallahu ta'ala anhu says, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam says, make things easy and do not make things difficult. This is in relation to the matters of the faith, the matters of deen. And this is addressing, I would say, the scholars in particular. In another narration, the Prophet ﷺ said, وَسَكِنُوا وَلَا تُنَفِّرُوا. Make people calm and do not frighten them away. The reason that this hadith is there is because just like many things in our deen, in our faith, there is more than one way to do that. For example, just look at the example of salah, for example. There are many differences of opinions when it comes to performing salah, in the sense how to perform the salah. There's no difference of opinion, should you perform or should you not perform. No one is going to tell you, no, you shouldn't perform. You have to perform the salah. How you do it, that's where the difference of opinion is. When you start your salah, do you put your hands here, you put your here? Do you read Surah Fatiha if you're praying behind the Imam? Or if you don't recite Surah Al-Fatiha, you say Ameen loudly, you don't say it loudly. All of those things are differences of opinion. And for us Muslims, we say that all of them are correct. We're not going to say this is correct and this is wrong. If I see someone praying a different way than me, I'm not going to say that he is wrong. He is following an opinion that is based on the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is just that those scholars understood it differently than the ones that I follow. That is all this is. Now, the ritual of Hajj, there are many differences of opinion on many things. The only thing that I am going to tell you is find one here. There's a lot of things. If you were going with a group, with a scholar, the only thing I would have to tell you is follow the opinion of the scholar in your group. That's all you had to do. Don't go to your friend's group and ask a question from that scholar, and then come back and ask the same question to the scholar in your group, and now you're confused yourself. Don't do that. Even now, if you are doing the preparation, if you're listening to lectures, if you're reading books, stick with one. If there's a particular scholar that you're listening to, whether it's English or Urdu or any other language, stick with that one scholar. The more you listen, the more you read, the more that you ask, the more you are going to be confused. And in the end, you are going to be mentally disturbed the whole trip, because Shaitan is going to be there and he's going to keep telling you, am I doing this right? Should I do it this way or should I have done that way? Should I have done this way or should I have done that way? Is this right or is this wrong? Why am I doing it this way? Why is that person doing it that way? This journey of yours is an individual journey. Don't look at what others are doing. Focus on yourself. And this is one of the things that you're going to find. A lot of people, they're not sure what to do. They don't know what to do. What they'll do is just look around. That person is doing it this way. I'm just going to do it that way. It doesn't work that way. Not here. So the reason that I put this here is because what we're going to talk about going forward now is the way to do things. This is the one that is generally agreed upon by the majority of the scholars. There are going to be differences of opinion. What I'm telling you here, you might have heard something else, or you will hear something else from somewhere else. If you want to follow that, by all means do so. But what I'm telling you is stick with one, and inshallah things will work out for you. All of them are correct. All of them will be accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is important for you to understand going forward. So now, the rest of the presentation, whatever I tell you, you might have heard it differently. That's fine. That is also correct. So is this. What you want to follow, what you're more comfortable with. But don't pick and choose and do whatever is the easiest for you. You must be convinced. This is why the scholars are there, because they understand this. They look at the evidence. They understand the strength of the evidence, the validity of the evidence. Based on that, they come to these conclusions. All right, now let's go forward now. Here we go. What to prepare. Now, going from here, we talked about the spiritual preparation. We talked about the mental preparation. How about the physical preparation? Now, there are some pictures here that you see here. I will start with the one that is the most entertaining one, which is on the bottom one, next to the one that says passport to the left. You'll see people exercising. Okay? This is there for a reason. It is important for you to go, before you go, make sure that you have physically prepared yourself. Physically prepared yourself. If you're not physically active, you must become active today. Go for a walk. This is a physically challenging and draining journey. There is going to be a lot of walking that is involved. Lot of walking. No matter which package you're going with. You can go with the VVVVVIP package. Okay? You're still going to go through a lot of physical challenges. So if you're not active, start today. Go for a walk. Many of us, we have a treadmill or some sort of elliptical at our house, at our home, and the only purpose that it's serving is I dry my clothes on it. That's what it's doing. Get those clothes off of there, get on that treadmill, get on that elliptical, and put some time in. Even 30 minutes a day, you are going to be happy with the result when you get there. When you get there. Because going around the Kaaba 7 times a day, Go not 7 times, 7 times, and then going between Safa and Marwa 7 times is tiring in itself. And then you have the Hajj as well. It is going to be physically challenging. So you better prepare yourself for it. Starting today, there's still time. Make the time. The weather is nice outside. Go before Fajr, after Fajr. Go in the evening, after Asr, before Maghrib. At least 30 minutes. Take your spouse with you. Take the kids with you. Put the time in there. I remember in 2018, 2019, when we went, I went with my wife both years. We used to go for an hour to 45 minutes every evening a month before we went. And when we got there, things were very easy, especially for the sisters. For the sisters, for both, because, we're not used to this. We're used to just sitting in our car and getting to whatever we need to go to. But that's not going to work there. So make the time and the effort, get in do what you need to do. Now, let's talk about what you need to pack here. You're going to find a lot, I see you're taking pictures, that's fine. I'll share the presentation with you as well. But I'm sure you've seen a lot of lists, a lot of things that you need to pack with you. This is based on, years and years of experience that I would recommend. All of these things are going to be handy for you. Slippers, sandals. Make sure that you get one that doesn't cover the back portion of your ankle and the top part of your ankle. So the first you see here, these type of sandals, they're okay. You also see the flip-flops there. Those are okay. The third one, that covers the top part of your foot as well. If something that is covering the top part of your foot, then it's better that you don't wear that in the state of ihram. In the state of ihram, okay? And that state is very few days. The rest of the journey, you can wear it, no problem. Although there is difference of opinion among scholars, can you cover the top part of your foot with that sandal or not? There's difference of opinion. So you will see people wearing that kind of sandal. That's okay too. And if you want to do that, that's fine too. But I would rather be safe, and I will not wear that. But that's my personal preference. But if that's what you want to do, that's perfectly fine. That is an accepted opinion. Now, I will tell you, make sure that you take, sandals or slippers or whatever footwear that you're wearing that you're comfortable with, okay? And you don't buy that on the day of your departure. Buy it now and wear it around in your house and outside so that you break into it. It shouldn't be that you buy it, you don't know how it feels, you don't know how it fits, you go there, you put it on, you find it is loose or, it doesn't fit well. It does. I mean, yeah, you could buy it there, but you don't have the, you won't have the time nor the option. I'm following the Hanafi school of thought for the majority of it. But even though there are differences of opinion, even within the Ahnaf, within the Hanafi scholars. So that's what I'm telling you. I am a Hanafi. Majority of the presentation is based on the Hanafi fiqh, but there are differences of opinion within the Ahnaf as well. And we're going to talk about that. So even what I'm telling you about the sandals, there's difference of opinion, even within the Ahnaf, that should the top part be covered or not. Okay? I would take the safer approach and say that don't cover it. You have the option. It's not that you don't have the option, but if you want to, that's fine too. That's acceptable as well. Okay? I will also say that take 2 pairs. Not one as a backup, that's fine. But the other one you will use when you are in the haram in Makkah during tawaf and umrah between Safa and Marwa. You can wear those slippers, those sandals, as long as they're clean. That's why I'm telling you, have 2 pairs. One, don't wear it outside. Don't wear it to the public. Don't wear it to Walmart or anything. Keep that with you. That is only for the haram. And the reason why you're going to wear that is because you're going to be walking between 3 to 5 miles. And when you get there, it is all marble like this. Now imagine walking 5 miles on this. Your feet are going to be killing you by the time you're done. So having those is going to be very helpful for you. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. Make sure that you get some, nice socks if you'd like. But I would recommend the slippers. But make sure that you're clean and you keep them exclusively for that. You'll be fine. And now you'll see many people. This has become pretty much the norm there now, because walking on those tiles, walking on the marble is going to be incredibly difficult for an extended period of time. Okay? I put a power bank. Power bank is going to be helpful for you to charge your devices, especially because when you're on the move, when you're in Mina, when you're in Arafat, when you're Muzdalifah, power sources are very limited. So if you have a power bank, that's going to help you charge your devices and keep them charged. I put a drawstring bag there, and I brought some equipment here with me actually. This bag here, this is going to be helpful for you. This is a drawstring bag. This is going to be your best friend. I have my ihram in here because I'm going to demo that for you as well. This bag here, you will use this with you every time you go to the haram. Why? Because when you get to the haram, the first problem you're going to encounter, if you haven't been there, is where do I put my slippers? There's stands over there, but chances are if you leave them there, you go and pray and you come back, you're not going to find them. The other thing, you don't know where that is because everything looks the same. You have this with you, keep it, put it in here, keep it with you. The other thing you'll need, this water bottle. I would recommend an insulated one. Get a nice one, don't get a cheap one. Get a nice one that is going to keep the water cold. You need to stay hydrated as much as possible. Keep the water cold and keep this with you at all times. You have your shoes in there, you have this with you, you're all set. This is all you need. You need this the whole time. Every time you go to the haram, whether it is in Makkah, whether it is in Medina, you're not going to regret this. Have this with you. You can throw some stuff in there if you like, maybe some snacks or whatever. This will come in handy, especially for the shoes, for the slippers, and those types of things, and the water bottle. When you're there, Zamzam is available everywhere in the haram. Make sure you fill this up every chance that you get and keep yourself hydrated with this. The other thing that you see in there, that I put in there, is this product here, the one below the medication bottles that you see. I would suggest that you take Gatorade packets with you, but there's a new product called Liquid IV. That's what that is. Liquid IV. It's similar to Gatorade Powerade. It's powdered form. They have it in Costco. Actually, I was at Costco yesterday. It's on sale. Go get it. I know you love sale. This is a great opportunity. This is going to help you a lot. And I've tested this. I went for Umrah in Ramadan, actually. I was there. This hydrates you pretty quickly, very quickly. I would suggest having those packets with you at all times and have at least 2 to 3 of those every day. Just have it in you. Even if you don't eat anything, as long as you're hydrated, that's the most important thing. I cannot stress that enough. Stay hydrated, get those packets for you, and that's going to help you a lot. I put down in there medication. If you are on some sort of medications, make sure that you talk to your doctor and get at least a month of supply that you're going to take with you. Because chances are you're not going to find those medications over there. Previously, it was easy for you to get medication at the pharmacy over there because the pharmacist doubled up as a doctor as well over there. But that's no longer the case now. They've tightened that. They've really come down on that. No prescription, no medication. And the prescription here is different than over there. The formulation is different. All those things are different. No need to take any chances. If you are on any sort of medication, whether it's for blood pressure, anything, make sure that you take enough with you that is going to last you throughout the journey and have some left over. Okay? Any over-the-counter medicine, you can take it with you. You can find it over there too. There are plenty of pharmacies. But any prescription medication, take enough with you. All right? I put down wipes. Make sure you have some wipes with you. Of course, everyone has an abundant amount of hand sanitizers with you. Make sure that you take that with you. If you have unscented, that's even better. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. Documents I put down here. Before we get to documents, let's see. Masks, medication, wipes, unscented products. Unscented, you need soap, shampoo, unscented deodorant. Those are the most important things that you need. But you don't need them for the entire journey. Only when you're in the state of ihram, those unscented products are going to be useful for you, that you are to be using the unscented products. And that's only between 3 to 5 days max that you will be in the state of ihram. The rest of the journey, 15 days, 20 days, you can use the normal stuff. No problem at all. No problem at all. The unscented products only in the state of ihram. Okay? So you'll need deodorant, you'll need shampoo, you'll need soap. You know, you can get the travel size ones at Target, Walmart, whatever, and that will be sufficient for you. Okay? Now, one thing that I don't see on here, which is most important, for brothers, you need to take Vaseline with you. Vaseline is the most important thing that you're going to have, and come back and talk to me after you come back from your Hajj, and you'll thank me for it. Because when you're in the state of ihram, all you are wearing is the cloth. You're not going to be wearing anything under there. And the amount of walking that you're doing, the inside of your thighs are going to be irritated. Okay? So what you do is you put that Vaseline, when you put the ihram on, put a good amount inside of your thighs, and your skin is not going to be shaved anymore. It's going to help you a lot. If you forget to put the Vaseline, if you don't put the Vaseline, you're not going to be able to walk. You're not going to be able to walk after a while. So make sure that you take that, and you have your own supply, because no one is going to share their Vaseline with you. Okay? Have your own container. It's not expensive. Take the small one. That's good enough for you. That will last you. Huh? Vaseline is mostly unscented. Most of it is unscented. Yes, when you're in the state of ihram, it should be unscented. But Vaseline, by default, is unscented. I think they have they have scented ones too, but those are rare. By default, it's petroleum jelly is what it is. Unless they put some fragrance in there, most of the time it's unscented. But you can double check when you purchase it. Yeah. Now, I put down here Ziploc bags. Take some Ziploc bags with you. That's going to help you, especially in Muzdalifah when you're going to be collecting the pebbles for the shaitan. You'll see people collecting in bottles and stuff. That's fine too. But if you have some Ziploc bags with you, that's going to help you. I put zip ties there. Zip ties are helpful to lock your stuff. You know, you're not going to carry around locks with you. Most of the times you don't need it. But if you have bags with you, you know, you lost the lock, something. Zip ties are going to be helpful for you. So just have some with you if you want. I put down a travel umbrella there. Umbrella is going to be very, very helpful for you. And you're urged to use that as often as possible when you're going outside, because it is going to be hot. It is going to be sunny. You can get the umbrella over there too, but you can get a travel one and have that in here with you. And that's going to be helpful for you as well. I put down here copies of important documents. This is important for you to understand that everything that you have, your itinerary, your passport, your green card, whatever that you have, make copies of that, have the electronic version of that with you, email it to yourself, and leave some with your relatives here, with your parents, your loved ones, whatever. So everyone knows where you're going, how you're going there, what your ID is, all of those things, which hotel you're going to stay at, and all the things, so everyone knows. In case something happens, people know where you were supposed to be. Or if your document is lost, your passport is lost, you can go to the consulate there. It is a process. It is going to take time. But if you have a copy of something, it is going to make things much easier for you. And make sure you have both physical and digital as well. Don't just say, I have everything in my email. That's fine. You may. Okay? Let's say you go over there, you try to pull your email. There's no signal. There's no internet. Okay, what are you going to do now? That's why you need to have both. Have primary and have backup as well. You need to have both. The other thing is, a couple other things, and then we'll move forward. The other thing is, make sure that if you're going, that you have prepared your will. This is important. And this is one of the things that people don't want to talk about. Oh, this guy's telling me to prepare my will. He wants me to die now. No one wants you to die. No one wants you to die. But you don't know what is going to happen. Make sure that you've taken care of your affairs before you leave. If you're going alone, if you're going with your spouse, make sure that you've taken care of your will. Talk to the attorney. It can be done online as well. There's a site called mywasiya.com. It is endorsed by scholars as well as Muslim attorneys. It's a simple process, mywasiya.com. I'm not promoting it, I'm not affiliated with it, but a lot of the brothers and sisters have found that helpful. Mywasiya.com, go on there, check it out, or talk to the attorney, talk to someone who's familiar. There are many Muslim attorneys here that can do that too. Make sure that you've done that. That not only is that an obligation, there are many ahadith that talk about that. Make sure that your will is prepared, and it is going to help you, and more importantly, your relatives down the road as well. Let's say something happens, something happens, and you don't come back. Okay, what's going to happen with all your stuff here? What's going to happen is it's going to be a never-ending family drama, as we know. That's what's going to happen. But if you have a will that is prepared, you have done your part, then that is how things are going to happen. So make it easy for yourself and your family and your relatives. Prepare that will. Make sure that your loved ones know where a copy of it is, your parents, your spouse, whatever, that you've done your part. This is what it is. The other thing is, it is not on here, but learn how to pray Janazah Salah. We had a reminder today after the Dhuhr Salah. Okay? When you're there, there's going to be a Janazah after every Salah. After every Salah, both in Makkah and Medina, there is going to be a Janazah. Make sure you know how to pray. Not just for that, but for ourselves as well. If our loved one dies, I cannot tell you how many times I had children that came to me. The parents have passed away. The mom died. The father died. No clue about how to offer janazah. When they are the ones who have the most right to lead the salah of their deceased, of their parents, of their loved ones. It's not the imam, it's the child. But they don't do it. Why? Because they don't know how. And it's not that hard. It's not that difficult. It's going to take a few minutes of your time. Make sure that you learn the way to do it. In the end, there are resources. I have a link for that. You can find it. Or use your resources. But make sure you learn how to pray, because you're going to be praying that after every salah over there. And there's immense reward in that as well. All right, now let's get to the types of Hajj. Believe it or not, there are 3 types of Hajj. Even though there's an obligation to perform Hajj, there are 3 types of Hajj. We're going to look at that briefly, real quick, and then we're going to talk about one of them. The first one is called Hajj Tamattu'. The summary of this Hajj is that you are going to be performing Umrah and Hajj in this Hajj, but you're going to perform Umrah first and then take a break for a few days and then put on the Ihram and get in the state of Ihram for Hajj. So Umrah and Hajj, 2 actions, 2 different Ihrams. This is the one that is performed by majority of the people that come from outside of the country, and most of the people that go from the Western countries. And this is the one that the Prophet ﷺ recommended as well. Okay? Hajj Tamattu'. Most groups, as it mentions here, you perform, when you get there, you perform, initially you'll perform Umrah in the state of Ihram, and then you'll get out of that Ihram. It all depends on your itinerary. Most of the time, you will have about 3 to 4 days between Umrah and before Hajj begins. Hajj is on 8-9. Hajj begins on the 8th. So a lot of times, historically, what happened was you had to be in Makkah by 4th or 5th, the latest. And people perform Umrah either on the 4th or the 5th. And then they have 6th and 7th, 2 days. You're free to do whatever you like. And then when 8th comes, then you get in the state of Ihram again for your Hajj. This is Hajj Tamattu'. This is what most of the people will be doing. Just for your information, there's also Hajj Qiran as well. Qiran is that you are going to perform Umrah and Hajj with 1 Ihram. Meaning you're going to get there, you're going to perform Umrah, but you're not going to get out of Ihram after that. Then you're going to perform Umrah, then you're going to wait until Hajj begins, and you'll perform Hajj with the same Ihram, in the same state as you did Umrah. Now this is one of the more difficult ways to perform Hajj. And it is not recommended, especially for those who are coming from overseas. Let's say that I got to Mecca on the 4th. I made the intention of performing Hajj Qiran because I was so emotional, I was so excited. I want to perform one Umrah. That's all I need. I just need my ihram and that's it. I'm ready to do Umrah, I'm ready to do Hajj and everything. You got there, it took you 10 hours to perform Umrah. And I'm not exaggerating, it might take you 10 hours for you to do Tawaf and Sa'i. And you're incredibly exhausted. You like beyond belief. But you can't get out of the state of ihram now because you made the intention of performing Hajj Qiran, which means you're going to be in the state of ihram. That means there are many prohibitions on you, which we're going to talk about in the next couple of slides, until you perform Hajj. So 5th, you're in the state of ihram. 6th, you're in the state of ihram. 7th, you're in the state of ihram. 8th, you're in the state of ihram. 9th, you're in the state of ihram. 10th is the earliest time that you can get out of ihram. Why do you hate yourself so much? Why do you want to do this to yourself? Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay? Now, I'll take that back. I don't want to say don't hate yourself, but there are people who will do it. You have the option to do it, but it's not recommended. Okay? But it is a valid way to do it, but it is not recommended to do so, especially for the ones that are coming in the West. For the Q&A, can we wait till the end? Make sure. I was gonna have some index cards and pens. I'll get it during the break. If you have questions, please hold till the end, and then everyone will have an opportunity, inshallah. Okay? Make sure you write the questions down because it's important you get them answered. Okay? Then the next one is Hajj Ifrad. This is basically, Hajj Ifrad is, you're going to do Hajj and Hajj only, no Umrah. And this is generally for the people that are living in Mecca, that live in the city of Mecca, that are used to performing Umrah on a regular basis. They don't need to perform Umrah again. All they have to do is perform Hajj. In this, there is no sacrifice either. And it's a very simple Hajj for them. One Umrah, there's no Umrah, one Ihram, only on the days of Hajj, and that is it, that they're done. Now, this Hajj is also recommended for people, for the elderly, maybe for the elderly who are weak, who may be terminally ill, who are incredibly weak, incredibly sick. They can't perform Umrah and then wait and then perform Hajj and all of those things. For those, then they can perform Hajj Ifrad. Now, there's many discussions amongst the scholars in regards to Hajj Tamattu', Hajj Ifrad, Hajj Qiran, and all of those things. But as I mentioned to you, Hajj Tamattu' is the one that is recommended by the Prophet ﷺ. That is the one that most of the pilgrims will be performing. Now, I will mention that this year, as part of the wonderful packages that they have introduced, there is a package that they've introduced called Mashaa'ir package as well. What that is that they are providing you accommodation only for the days of Hajj, meaning they're providing you accommodation in Mina, Arafah, and Muzdalifah. The rest of it, you're on your own. Hotels, you're on your own. Accommodation, you're on your own. Transportation, you're on your own. In some packages, they are giving you transportation. It all remains to be seen. But in some of those packages, it was shared with me that the date of arrival for the pilgrims is on the 7th, which is one day before Hajj. There's no way that they're going to be doing Hajj Tamattu'. There's no way they're going to be doing it. They're going to be dead. Either that, or physically it's impossible. Logistically, it's impossible for them to get to Mecca, perform Umrah, get out of Umrah, and then get in the state of Ihram and perform Hajj and all those things. It's not going to be happening for them. So they might end up performing Hajj Ifrad. We don't know. If you are one of those, I make dua for you that inshallah things will work out for you. And I'm not going to focus my time on that. But it is, if that is your itinerary, you better educate yourself on how to perform Hajj Ifrad. Because I'm going to focus on Hajj Tamattu', which is the most comprehensive of all of them. Now, some of the scholars, some of the laymen as well, they go into this argument, why do the ulama make things so difficult for us? There's only one Hajj, but yet somehow they came up with 3 different ways of performing Hajj. Again, go back to what I've talked about, differences of opinion, difference of interpretation. Even though the Prophet ﷺ, when he performed Hajj Qiran actually. But he said that if I were to perform Hajj next year, I will do Hajj Tamattu'. It was all based on the logistics, the things, how it happened at that time. Some of the companions, they joined him later. Some came with him. There are many things that have happened, but all of them are valid. All right, now let's move on to putting on the ihram. Ihram is this white piece of cloth is part of ihram, but it is not the ihram. I want to make sure you understand that. If I put that on right now, I will not be in the state of ihram, and you will not be either. Ihram is being in the state of ihram when the following happens. Okay? Ihram, getting in the state of ihram can happen when you have reached a predetermined location. We'll talk about that, which is known as miqat. This is based on the tradition of the Prophet ﷺ that certain locations have been identified, boundaries, if you want to call them that you do not cross them. Before you should be in the state of ihram before you cross them. Okay. When you put part of getting in the state of ihram are the clothes as well, and you're gonna make the intention. The intention is pretty simple. Allahumma inni uridul umrata fayassirha li wa taqabbalha minni. Okay. This is the intention that you make. You don't have to have this memorized. You can read it off the paper, off your phone. That's fine. But this is the intention that you're going to make. Now, there are two parts in here, actually. I put the second one in there. If you make this intention, you'll be in the state of ihram. Things are going to become prohibited on you. All the restrictions come into effect when you make this niyyah, not before it. Okay? Now, the second part in there is Allahumma mahilli haythu habastani. This is also based on the tradition of the Prophet ﷺ, that the translation of that is, I will exit the ihram from the point where you have prevented me from. Now, this is a safety feature, if you want to call it that. Because once you're in the state of ihram, you cannot get out of the state of ihram until that obligation has been fulfilled. Whether you made that intention for umrah or hajj, you cannot get out of the state of ihram. If you do, then there's a penalty that you have to pay, which is called dam. And I intentionally am not using a lot of this terminology because I don't want to confuse you too much, and I want to make this as simple for you as possible because you are your own guide. Okay, so I don't want to give you unnecessary information or overwhelm you with a lot of information. Dam is basically a penalty that you'll have to pay, which is a sheep or a goat that needs to be slaughtered within the boundaries of Makkah. So if you get out of the state of ihram without fulfilling that obligation, then that's what you have to pay. Now, if you make the intention with this saying, Allahumma mahilli haythu habattani, that I will exit ihram from the point where you have prevented me from, then you will not have to make that penalty because you made it as part of your intention that I will be in the state of ihram as long as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allows me to. And this is going to make sense to you. For example, if pilgrims that are going from here, they put the ihram on, they entered into the state of ihram, they landed at the airport there, something happens, there's a problem with their visa, whatever happened, and they had to come back. So what about when they were in the state of ihram then? So now they can get out of the state of ihram without having to pay a penalty. This is based on the authentic narration tradition of the Prophet ﷺ as well. So if you would like to add this, then you can. If you not, that's perfectly okay too. Make the intention, Allahumma inni uridul umrata fayassirha li wa taqabbalha minni. Oh Allah, I intend to perform umrah, and I ask you to make it easy for me. Now remember, if you're doing Hajj tamattu', a question that should come into your mind is, if I'm going there for Hajj, why is this niyyah telling me about umrah? Because you're doing Hajj tamattu', you're doing umrah first. So you're making the intention for umrah. You're not doing Hajj yet. When it's time for Hajj, you're going to swap that word umrah with Hajj. That's it. So now you're doing umrah. That's what you're doing. All right? And then you're going to recite the talbiyah. Hopefully everyone have this memorized. If not, you still have many days for you to do so. Labbaik Allahumma labbaik, labbaik la sharika lak labbaik, innal hamda wal ni'mata lak wal mulk la sharika lak. This is the essence of the entire Hajj. This is for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that here I am, O Allah. At your service I am here, O Allah. Labbaik la sharika laka labbaik. You have no partner. You have no one except you. You are one. You are alone. You are the one who created me. You are the one who has blessed me with everything. I am here at your service. Innal hamda wan ni'mata laka wal mulk la sharika lak. To you belong everything. All the blessings are from you, and you have no partner. This is the ultimate essence and the spirit of Hajj for the entire journey. Hajj is for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the praise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the talbiyah that you will be reciting for most of the time that you will be in the state of ihram. Labbaik Allahumma labbaik. Make sure you have this memorized. Labbaik Allahumma labbaik. It's very easy, not difficult. Labbaik Allahumma labbaik. Labbaik la sharika laka labbaik. Innal hamda wan ni'mata laka wal mulk la sharika lak. Make sure that you have that memorized. Now, when do I get in the state of ihram? You don't get in the state of ihram here in your house and you show up at O'Hare with this. People are going to look at you funny. You can if you want, but you don't have to. You put this on here, you're still not going to be in the state of ihram. You make the niyyah at or before miqat. Miqat is a boundary line that is determined by numerous ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and those are designated points depending on the direction that you're coming from. Which direction you're coming from to Makkah. There's Yalamlam, there's Qarn al-Manasil, there's Dhul Hulayfa, Al-Juhfa. All of those are names of miqat points depending on the direction that you're coming from. Now, most of you, if not all of you, are traveling in a plane, and usually in most of the airlines, the point of miqat is announced in the plane. Oftentimes they'll announce it ahead of time that within half an hour we're going to be passing miqat. Make sure that you're in the state of ihram. Okay? Now, the packages, there are two different ways. One, you're going to go to Medina first. If you're going to Medina first, things are going to be very easy for you. Why? Because you don't need to be in the state of ihram when you go to Medina. When you're in Medina, you're going to stay there for a few days. Then you're going to put the ihram on when you are heading to Makkah. But if you're going to Makkah first, you are going to be in the state of ihram before you land. And then you're going to go perform umrah. This is what I will always recommend to everyone, for those who are going, because the presentation is Hajj and umrah. So the umrah portion, you can use it throughout the year. Anytime you're going for umrah. If you're booking a trip for yourself, for your family, for your children, for your loved ones, make sure that you go to Medina first, then Makkah. Because if you go to Makkah, you have to be in the state of ihram. Then you're going to go to Makkah. Then you must perform umrah. It's going to be very exhausting for you. You land in Medina, you don't have to worry about any of those things. No ihram, nothing. You stay in Medina for a few days. You relax a little bit. Then you get in the state of ihram. Then you go to Makkah. Then you perform umrah. So if you're going to Makkah first, you better make sure now, if your package is you're going to Makkah, you have to be in the state of ihram. And I would not recommend that you put the ihram on in the plane. It's not going to be easy, it's not going to be clean, and it's not going to work out for you. So where do you put the ihram on? Make sure that you have the ihram with you and all the necessary things that you need in your hand carry, your hand luggage. Okay? Most of the flights, they will stop, depending on which airline you're going, in either Cairo or Abu Dhabi or Dubai or one of those places, Jordan, Amman, wherever. A lot of the airports, there are facilities for you where you can go and change into, you put your ihram on. And you won't be the only one, trust me. Here, you may be the only one. Over there, you're not going to be the only one. Put the ihram on at that stopover before you board the plane. Don't put it on the plane. Still, you're going to find people trying to put it on the plane. You already know the space, how limited it is in the bathroom in the plane. Now imagine trying to undress and put the ihram on. It's going to take you half an hour in there. The flight attendant is knocking on the door. The other guy's knocking on the door. He's got to use the bathroom. Someone wants to know, are you done? hurry up, it's not going to work out for you. Make things easy for you. Put it on at the airport, nice and clean, easy. Take your time and put it on before you get to that place. How you put it on, we're going to talk about here in a moment. Also, I would recommend purchase the ihram. I mean, if you're going to have to put it on here, make sure that you purchase the ihram ahead of time and practice in your home before you go. Practice putting it on, and more importantly, practice walking with it, because you don't want any accidents to happen when you're there. This is the first time you're wearing it for most of the people, or you haven't put it on in a long time, and it's going to be uncomfortable initially. But put it on in your house, walk around in your house. Your kids might be looking at you wondering what's happening. Explain it to them. That's fine. But make things easy for you, because this is going to help you when you get there. So when you get there, it should not be a surprise. It should not be, oh, how am I going to handle this? How am I going to do this? No. Put it on, practice it. At the very least, know how to put it on before you get there. Or put it on over here. Ask someone if you're not sure. There are many tutorials. There are many resources that are at your disposal now. All right? Before you get into the state of ihram, all of these things can be done over here before you leave, actually. You don't have to do it at the Dubai airport, at the Abu Dhabi airport. Perform the ghusl here before you leave. Clip nails, trim, and all of those things that you need to do. Perform 2 rakat nafil salah. Put on your ihram, make intention, read the talbiyah. The 4 to 6 that you can do when you put on the ihram, and when you're passing the miqat, that's what you'll do. But the things before that, you can do it here. When you're in Medina, you can do it at your hotel. You don't have to do it at the miqat. At the hotel, take the shower. Do whatever you need to do. Purify yourself. All of those things can be done at the hotel. Many people are under the misconception, especially in Medina, that they need to do all of these things when they get to the miqat. That is not correct. That is not true. You will see, and I've seen this many times. You got 50 people in the bus. People are waiting. Why? So-and-so, they're still taking a shower. They're still preparing themselves. He's still putting the ihram on. You're going to hold up a lot of people. Don't do that. Don't be that person that everyone is going to give you a bad look. Okay? Make sure you do things the right way. Do and think and keep things take others into consideration as well. Because what you do is going to have an impact on others as well. Now, this year, as I mentioned, whether you're going to be part of a group or not, all of those things, I'm not sure, but most likely you will be. But how you behave is going to have an impact on others as well. So make sure that you've done all of these things ahead of time. And then at the airport, just put the ihram on and make the niyyah when you pass the miqat. The pilot usually announces it. If they don't announce it, make sure that you ask them and that they'll tell you when they're passing over the miqat. Make the niyyah, recite the talbiyah. Now you're in the state of ihram. What that means is now the following things are restricted. When you're in the state of ihram, you're not going to apply anything with fragrance or perfume, soap, shampoo, cologne, none of that. All of those things can be done before, and they should be done before. Don't go to Umrah, don't put your ihram on without putting any deodorant on. Don't do that. And it can be scented. The restrictions, the prohibitions come into effect once you make the niyyah. I want to make sure you understand that correctly. Before you make the niyyah, all of the things are permissible. So take the shower with your normal shampoo, the normal conditioner. Put the normal deodorant on. Put the normal cologne on. As a matter of fact, there are hadith that talk about perfuming yourself before you put the ihram on. There's no restriction. There's no prohibition on that. Don't do it after you come in the state of ihram. That's where people misunderstand. And it's perfuming yourself with those things. Okay, so I'm not going to put the ihram on. I'm not going to make the niyyah, and then I cannot put the itar on, I cannot put the cologne on, I cannot use the deodorant. I can use it as long as it's unscented when you're in the state of ihram. Before that, it's perfectly allowed, and you should do it. No one wants to sit for 12 hours next to you on a bus if you didn't put a deodorant on. No one wants to do that, trust me. So make sure that you take care of yourself, take care of your hygiene before you do any of this. Intimate relations with your spouse, not allowed when you're in the state of ihram. Hunting, not allowed. I'm not sure how many people here are going for hunting over there, but if you have that intention, don't do it. Don't know hunting. All right. Cutting, pulling, or breaking any hair or nails. Okay, this is important for you to understand. Don't trim your hair. Don't cut your nail. You'll see a lot of people, many people have the habit. They're in the habit, right? Like stroking their beard, biting their nails. I'm one of those. Forgetfully, it can be done. If it's forgetful, it's excused. But try to control yourself. Just like as in fasting, for example. If you're fasting, you accidentally drank some water. Is your fast broken? No. It was an accident. Here, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You'll find many people. Oh, no, you're biting your nails. That's it. You have to pay the dam now. No, come on. No. But if that's the case, by the time you come back, you're going to be slaughtering 100 sheep. Everything that you make, or is it dumb? No. There are penalties, there are small things that you can pay that can be taken care of, that can be addressed easily. Especially if you've forgotten it, don't worry about it. But try to be aware of it. Maybe tell your spouse, if you're going with your spouse, tell your wife, make sure that I'm not biting my nails, make sure I'm not stroking my beard. And don't worry, she will remind you, especially if you tell her. All right? For men, not to wear any stitched clothing. So the topi, not allowed. Some people, they put it on. You're not being more religious by putting the topi on. No, not allowed. Don't cover your head. Don't cover your hair. Okay? And turbans, not allowed. Socks, you should not be wearing any socks in ihram. And you should not cover the head. Now for the sisters, their ihram is very simple. It's their normal clothes. Whatever they wear, whatever they want for their ihram, that is their ihram. One of the biggest misconceptions that people have, that we have, is that for women, their ihram should also be white. Not true. As a matter of fact, I would say that it should not be white to distinguish them from the men that are there, from the hundreds and thousands of men that are there. Make sure that you don't do that. Their ihram is whatever they want it to be. Their normal clothes is fine. There's no particular recommendation for them. Of course, as long as, the Shari'i requirements are met, she's not going to be doing Hajj and Umrah in a pair of jeans. It's not going to happen. Okay? So make sure, as long as it's Shari'i, abiding by the teachings of the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, covering the aura, not revealing the shape, and all those things, that is her ihram. It does not have to be white. Don't force them, and make sure for the sisters as well, for the ones who are watching, because we're streaming this live as well, it does not have to be white. There's no particular clothing that you have to get. But for the men, it has to be those two pieces of cloth. Stitching, many people, they get confused. They look in this, for example, they look in this cloth here. You see, it doesn't say, it says no stitching, but I see so many threads in here. I can't wear this. And they go to this extreme length of getting like a plain white piece of cloth and wrapping that around. No. Stitching means in the sense that it is stitched in a piece of an article of clothing that you would wear. For example, like a t-shirt or a pajama or something stitched in the shape of an article of clothing. That is not permissible. Okay? Now, one of the items I mentioned, I forgot to mention there, is safety pins. Especially for the brothers, if you're not used to wearing the ihram, you can use the safety pin to pin that top part on the ihram. There's nothing wrong with that. You can do it if you like to. If you don't, that's fine as well. Okay? Permissible actions in ihram. You can wear your ring. You can wear your glasses. Hearing aid is fine. Watch is fine. Money belt is fine for your ihram. Taking a bath, taking a shower, it's all fine. You are going to take the clothes off when you're taking a shower. Don't take a shower with the ihram on, okay? Because remember, go back to what I said. Ihram is in that state. Ihram is not the cloth. Ihram is not the cloth. Ihram is in that state when you made that niyyah. So, if you're tired, you want to take a shower, no problem. You can take a shower. But make sure that you're using the unscented products, okay? You're not using that Gillette deodorant, okay? Make sure that it's unscented, okay? Sleeping, you can sleep. Believe it or not, some of the brothers and sisters, they're under the impression that I can't even sleep in this state of ihram. You're going to be dead. Don't make things difficult for you that you don't have to. You can sleep, you can eat, you can do all those things. The restrictions are few. You can brush your teeth. Previously, some of the brothers and sisters, they asked, can I use toothpaste while I'm in the state of ihram? Of course you can. No, but it has smell in there. So are you perfuming yourself with the toothpaste? Come on. No, you're not. You can use it. There's no problem with that. Believe it or not, some of the brothers previously, they asked if they can eat oranges, for example. Then why can you not eat oranges? Oh, because you smell like orange. No, the restriction is unless you're rubbing those peels on yourself for perfuming yourself with those orange peels, don't do that. It's perfectly allowed. Don't make things difficult for you. Now, one of the things you'll see in the haram in Mecca, they usually have people, burning the oud, the incense, Stay away from that because that's perfuming, okay? You'll see some people, they forgetfully, because people are used to anything that's free, we want to get it. Even though that's this oud that's burning, I need to get it. No, if you're in the state of ihram, stay away from that because that's perfuming yourself. Same thing by the Kaaba as well. Because they put a lot of itar on the Kaaba, and sometimes it's pretty visible. If that's the case, stay away from it if you're in the state of ihram. Okay? You can even change the ihram if you need to. Let's say that you put your ihram on, you're going, and the ihram, it got ripped, or it got dirty, whatever. No problem. Go ahead and change your ihram. It's not going to harm anything. No penalty, nothing. Change the ihram, put on a new set of ihram, and you'll be good to go. And this is actually one of the other things, the recommended things. Make sure that you have an extra pair of ihram with you, especially during the days of Hajj. In the event that it gets ripped or you need to change it or whatever, you can do it in the days of Hajj. You really don't need an extra second pair of ihram if you're there for Umrah because it's only for a few hours. Okay? I think we said we're going to take a break at 3:30. So before we get into the next segment, I guess I can demo to you how to put the ihram on. So the ihram, if you're going to Medina, don't worry about it because you can purchase it over there. You don't need to purchase it here, and you have many options to do it over there. But if you're going to Mecca, you better purchase it here. There are many options. There's online. I'm sure Diwan has a few places. There are many options that you have. Make sure that you purchase an ihram and you know how to put it on. So ihram is basically two pieces of towels, and both of them are usually the same size. Now this is ihram that I had purchased here actually. I purchased this online. I don't like the quality of it. It's too thin. So make sure that you check and you get a nice quality one, a thick one. Because if it's thin or if it's not a good quality, it's going to stick to your body, especially when you're sweating and stuff. So if it's a thicker material, it's a good quality, it's going to absorb all of that and it's going to be better for you. So let's say this is going to be the bottom part, okay? Put this on. Now here you see, I'm going to adjust it so it's above the ankles, of course. And I'm going to put this over like this, and this one over like this, okay? Now, I'm not going to fold it yet, and I'm not going to put the belt on yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch my legs to make sure I have enough space for me to be able to easily walk. If I'm worried about my ihram opening up, I should not make it as tight as possible and do it. Then you're going to be walking like this, and it's not going to be good for you. Put it on. Wrap one. Wrap two. Okay? Stretch. before you fold it down. Now, there's multiple ways to do this. I'm just showing you the one that is easy to do. Now, this one, tuck this inside, this left one inside, and then you just simply roll it down, and then you'll be good to go. Okay? That's one way to do it. But the way I like to do it, stretch. Now, I'm intentionally forgetting one thing here. Who can remind me what I should be doing before I put this on? And I talked about this. Vaseline. Make sure that you put that Vaseline on before you do this. Okay? If you don't, you're going to have a very hard time. Your entire Hajj could be ruined because you're not able to walk anymore. I cannot stress that enough. Make sure that you put that on. All right? Here we go. Now, I recommend that you have a belt with you. This is a belt that I've been using for 8 years now. Alhamdulillah. So it was a good purchase. And it is made in China, believe it or not. All right? You can find this in Medina and or Mecca. But if you're going to Mecca, you don't have that option. If you're going to Medina, make sure you purchase something like this. This is going to be helpful for you. It has many pockets. It has zips in there that you can, put your stuff in. Now, I'm going to put this belt on. Okay? All right, I put this belt on, and then I'm going to rotate this. Make sure you're rotating in the direction, the correct direction, not the other direction. Then the next thing you know, the haram is exposed. Make sure you're rotating in the right direction. All right, here we go. I have this here. I have my pockets here. I'm going to put my phone here. I'm going to put my currency in here. I'm going to put, my room card in here. Those are all the things that you really need. You don't need anything else. Maybe your credit card, whatever, that's all you need. You don't need anything else. Once I have this, I'm going to fold this over it. Okay? This is pretty much fail-proof, as in the sense that my haram is not going to open unless I open it. The chances of any accidents happening are very slim to none. Now I have it like this. I have it folded. I'm looking good. I got everything. And my belt is covered as well. Believe it or not everyone that is there in the haram are there to perform Umrah or Hajj. Believe it or not. Even in places like those, there are many cases people have lost their wallet, people have lost their money, people have lost the belts are sliced, cut, bladed. And the next thing you know, things are gone, things are lost. People are there to steal as well, believe it or not. Especially if they see you speaking in English, talking in English, having a conversation in English. They know these pilgrims are from the Western countries and they're carrying dollars. Don't carry any dollars with you. Make sure you're carrying riyals with you. Don't have all your currency with you as well. Okay? And actually, that's one of the things that I forgot to mention in the things that you need to pack. Make sure that any currency that you're taking and here, there's another important thing that's in here. I'm going to talk about here. Make sure that all the copies of your documents, don't put everything in one place. Even your cash, don't put it all in one place. Spread it out. Your documents, don't put all in one bag. Have one in your check-in luggage. Have some the same copies of it in your hand carry, and all those things. All right, these are all things that are important for you to understand. Okay, well, I should show you. I took this off pretty quickly. I should not have, because the other part is still here. So let's say I put this on. Okay, I'm going to pretend that it was all good. The second part is the second towel, which looks the same as the first one. Doesn't matter which one goes on top, which one goes on bottom. But once you put it on, make sure that you put the bottom one on the bottom again. All right, here we go. This one is just going to go like this. Now this one, you can hold it in your left hand and this in the right hand. This goes over like this, and this one goes over, and that's it. If you want to use a safety pin, you want to pin this up here, you can. If you have that bag with you, you really don't need that because that bag is going to hold it in place. And you can't have that bag with you because you need a place to put your shoes and your water bottle and all those things. You need that with you. Okay? It's very simple, but make sure that you practice this before you go, especially the bottom part, and you should know how to walk and those kinds of things. Now, before we still have time for a break. So we'll take it a step back, actually. There's a couple other things I forgot to mention. So that's it in terms of ihram. I know I said questions in the end, but if any questions about the ihram? Real quick. You can, whatever you're comfortable with. No, it's not stitched. Unless you're stitching it together. You can make a knot. Whatever you're comfortable with. Whatever you're confident is going to hold it in place. Okay?
I know you said Ihram is not the part itself, but I just want to ask anyways about like if we're doing the Hajj whatever it's called, the one you do Umrah first and then Hajj and you remove the Ihram. When you said two Ihram, do you mean like two different Ihram spots or just one Ihram spot?
That's a good question. That depends on the condition of your ihram, right? If your ihram is good, if it's clean, you can use that same ihram. Many people, they wash it, that's fine too. If you want to purchase a new one, that's fine too. When I said two ihrams, meaning two different intentions of ihram, I would say. Not necessarily physically. You can use the same one again, no problem. You want to wash it, no problem. Yeah, question. Can we get the other handheld mic? Repeat the question. Okay. Okay. We're not there yet. We're gonna talk about that. It's a little early. We're gonna talk about that. You had a question? Or you had a question? Okay, the question is eligibility question. Because one of the requirements is to be able to go, you have to be financially able to go. So now the question is, this is a common question. I have a payment, I have to pay my house, or I have to have a car payment. Can I go, or because I still owe that money? As long as those are not considered things that are going to prevent you from going, because you already have an agreement with them that you're going to pay that money back to them within a certain period, whether it's that 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, we don't know. Car payment, 5 years, 10 years. As long as it's a set condition, set agreement that you had with them, and you have enough to make that monthly payment for that month or the days that you're not going to be here, there's no problem, you can go. Same thing with the credit card payment. I hope you're not paying any interest on it, but same idea, same concept. Because otherwise, most of the people will not be able to go. They have to pay that house, and most of the people, they're not there yet. Any other question? You had a question? Yeah. Can you wear what? Briefs? No, not allowed. That's one of the things that's not permissible. That's why you're putting the Vaseline on. I hope you're not putting the Vaseline then putting the underwear on. No, not allowed. Not allowed at all.
I just have a comment. I was discussing that I had problems. I got that.
You had a problem. All right. You can take some rash cream with you too. The baby, the diaper, the rash cream, that's helpful too. Sure. Sure. Okay. So he has a suggestion. The brother has a suggestion to use a medicated hydrocortisone cream that will prevent the rash as well. That's also an option for you as well. A couple of things I forgot to mention in regards to preparations, items that you need to take. And I'm surprised no one asked this. One of the biggest questions is about cell phones. Cell phones are important. You need to have them with you. You need to stay in touch with your family, with your friends, especially if you're going with the family that is going to be there with you. Make sure that you're going to have it with you to stay in touch. Now, previously, this used to be an issue about the service not working there. I need to purchase the local SIM and all those things. A lot of those things have been eliminated now because a lot of the plans from here, from the US, work universally. For example, if you're on T-Mobile, if you have T-Mobile, a lot of people have T-Mobile. By default, it has an international plan on there that you don't have to pay anything extra for. The data will work. The data is free when you get there, even though it might be a little bit slower than what you're used to here, but it is free and it will work over there. And as long as that's working, that's all you need. You can make calls. There's a little bit of charge, but not much. However, they have a plan, an international travel plan that you can put yourself on, which is not that much. They have a couple of different options depending on how many days you're getting it for. I think they have a 15-day and a month plan. A month plan is about $50. It gives you high-speed internet, 15 gig high-speed internet, unlimited calls, unlimited text, and all those things. And if you have that, that's all you need. Same thing with AT&T as well, because those are the only two main. You have Verizon as well. Call them, talk to them. There's international pass that you can get for your lines. Get that. That's all you need. You really don't need to have a local number. If you want to get a local SIM card, you can. However, every year things are changing. Every month things are changing. There's so many restrictions that are there. You really don't need it. But if you want to, you can get it. But then make sure that you have a phone that you can use that SIM card in. The phone has to be unlocked and all those things. But make sure that you know what you're doing and you will have service when you get there because that's going to be very helpful for you. Now, if you are going with elderly or with your parents and even with your spouses, if they have the phone, even if they have the latest phone, iPhone 14, 13, Galaxy, whatever, the latest, make sure they know how to use it. Show them how to use it. Show them how to send your location in WhatsApp in case you're lost. Oftentimes I find this, especially with the elderly. The kids, the kids, they get them the latest phone, but the only thing they know how to do on that is make a phone call or watch some videos. No, there's plenty that you can do on your phone. Make sure that you know how to use that phone, how to utilize it in case you're lost, in case, you need to look up something. Whatever, know how to use your phone as well and teach others as well. Especially that sharing the location, that's going to be very helpful for you. And we'll talk about that as we progress as well. If you're lost, you don't know where you are, you don't know what to do, send them the pin of your location and they'll be able to find you easily. The other thing, I just found this in my belt. This is a Apple AirTag. This is, basically it's a tracking device that you can use. This, I found this very helpful. A couple of years ago, not this Ramadan, last Ramadan, I went to Umrah in Ramadan with the whole family. So the kids, they all had this. My luggage has this. Basically, I can find out where my stuff is at. This is going to be helpful. Have a couple of these, have one in your backpack, have one in your luggage. If you have elderly parents, whatever, have one of these with them, and it's going to be very easy for you to find where they're at. Things are lost, your luggage is lost, your bag is lost. Find this and purchase it, and they're not that expensive. All right, so we have about 7 more minutes. Huh? Yeah, the preparation. Yeah, let's just talk about that. Let's go back to this slide real quick. The preparation, right? Yeah, there's a lot of things for preparation. The travel adapter, you will need an adapter because the plugs here are not the same as over there. Now you can purchase the adapter there. There are plenty of options, but it's better if you go prepared, purchase it from here. Here we go. On the top right-hand side, you see that travel adapter. Order it from Amazon. That's going to be helpful for you. Don't order one, order at least two of them in case one is lost or your roommate takes it, he borrows it permanently. So make sure that you have another one. All right. You'll also see chargers below there. Those are your phone chargers. I've deliberately put two of them there. Make sure that you have two, one as a backup. Because again, someone is going to borrow that from you and it's going to be permanent. You're not going to get it back. So you have something else too. So that you don't borrow it from someone else permanently either. That's for you. All right? That's going to be helpful for you. The third item on there is a strange looking thing there. And actually, it's not that strange. What that is over the door hook that you can get. You can get it Walmart, Target, any place. That's going to be very helpful for you when you are in Mina during Hajj. Because the bathrooms there, most of them, if not all of them, there is no place for you to put your ihram, for the sisters to put their abaya or anything. There's nothing. So this is going to be very helpful for you. Use that hook, put the, take your ihram off, whatever, because the bathrooms double up as shower over there too. So if you're going to take a shower, even if you need to use the bathroom, you want to take the top part off, where are you going to put it? You can throw it over the door. It's not that helpful. These hooks are going to be really helpful. So get a couple of those. Again, you probably lose one, break something happens, someone borrows it, whatever, you forget it, whatever. Have at least a couple. And if your spouse is going with you, get four, two for you and two for her. Okay? So you're not sharing. You don't have time for any of that. And they're not that expensive, a couple of dollars each. Okay? Now, the other thing on there is masks. I know we're all tired of wearing masks. Okay? Masks are optional. They're not mandatory. However, I would urge you to wear the mask, not all the time, but during Hajj, especially when you're walking or when you are, commuting between locations, because there's a lot of pollution, there's a lot of smog, because you have hundreds of buses that are running diesel and the engine and the smoke and all of that is blowing in your face. Make sure you get a good quality mask. Don't get that cloth mask. Get a nice one. It's going to keep the dust away as well, because think about the environment that you're going in. Okay? That's going to help you a lot, especially people who have asthma, who have some sort of breathing issue, conditions, difficulty, whatever. This is going to help you a lot. So make sure that you take some masks with you, take good quality masks with you, not the cloth one, not the medical, the blue ones. Those are pretty simple. That it's not going to do the job. Get a nice one, a nice fitting one, and that's going to be helpful. The other thing is, I put some headphones there, some earphones there, and you're going to say, Shaykh, we have AirPods now. So everything is wireless, everything is Bluetooth. Why are you putting that there? No, I put that there for a reason. Because the chances of you dropping your AirPod and never finding it again are pretty high. Okay? So take something that's wired, it's going to be easy for you. You can listen and talk to people. If you're talking to your family, you're talking to your relatives, not everyone wants to hear your conversation. Don't have it on a speakerphone, and the chances of you losing your iPods are pretty high. Your AirPods are pretty high. You want to take them, that's fine. But take this with you is what I would recommend as well. The other item I put on here, next to that bag, there's a cool looking bag that you can have in front of you as well. If you want to take that, that's going to be better for you as well. You have the option, take that one, take this one, whatever. But make sure that you don't have a backpack that's behind you, because by the time you're done with your Umrah, that bag could be empty. So don't put any valuables in there. For the sisters, when you're traveling from here, you don't need to take your jewelry with you. Don't take that gold with you. Take the empty bags so your husbands can fill that bag with the gold from there and bring it back here. Don't take any gold from here. Don't do that, because you're going to lose it. You're going to misplace it. So don't do any of that. Okay? Then no need to take any of your valuables, no need to take any of your expensive watches, expensive collection, and none of that, none of that. Don't do any of that, okay? Any questions about what you need to take with you from here? As far as preparations, what you need to take with you. You can wear the mask during the ihram as well. It's no problem. Cover the face, it is out of necessity. If you need to, you can. There's no penalty for it. Now, some of the scholars, they will tell you, oh, you have to pay some fidya for it. But most of the scholars are of the opinion that it is out of necessity. It's fine. If you want to make some sort of fidya, some sort of payment, some compensation for it, you can. But it's not necessary. Any other questions about what you should take, what you should not take? What's that? The penalty for making mistakes? It depends. We'll talk about that. We haven't talked. No, it depends on the type of mistake and when that mistake was made and what that mistake was. There's dam is one of the highest level of penalties that is there. It's not for every action. And let's say you made two different types of mistakes that require dam, then there's two dams. It's not one covers all. It's not. Yeah. No, it's the penalty is per mistake, not for the whole thing. If I made two major errors that requires me to pay the penalty, I'm gonna have to slaughter two sheep, two goats, not one for both. Any other questions? Or are we taking a break? It's 3:30 now. Yeah, we're taking a break. So we're gonna take a 20-minute break. Okay, I would like for all of us to be back here by 3:50, the latest, because we're going to start at 3:50 because now we're going to get into the most important thing, how to perform Umrah, and then we're going to take a break, then we're going to get into Hajj as well. So right now we've only done the preparation so far, and we're taking a break. That's an option. We're going to talk about that when we get to the end. You have the option, you'll know how to get it. Inshallah. Inshallah. We have a group. You're gonna find out it's in the end. You have to wait till the end. No, they'll stay. Hmm?
तो भाग जाएंगे Assalamu alaikum. If there are any ladies upstairs who are listening to this presentation, we have refreshment downstairs. Everyone is requested to come down and get some refreshments for themselves. Jazakallah khair.
If this is working, this is fine. Yeah. Okay. अब right now share क्या screen share या app share मैंने कर दिया तो मैं कोई चीज़ को भूल जाते हैं तो मेरा email इंडिया नहीं दिया अभी लाइव क्या अभी तो मैं सेशन में लॉगिन शॉपिंग कर रहा हूँ Where can I see this? So it's in the comment. You have to go here. Actually, I'm going to send you a WhatsApp link. Post that and put our questions in there and we'll answer them. Okay. But I do have that. That's part of my thing in the app. So you can okay.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Inshallah, we're resuming in 2 minutes. So make sure you're back in here within 2 minutes, inshallah. There's echo.
So that you can see the notes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to share the presentation. Towards the end, you'll have the option to join a WhatsApp group. If you join that WhatsApp group, you'll be in there with me. And then I'll share the presentation in there as well, inshallah. Okay, so we have 1 minute. Before we get started, there are a couple of questions that came in online. We have viewers online as well, alhamdulillah. A couple of questions that came in, I'll just answer them before we move forward. One question is about natural scent. In most unscented products are made with natural ingredients. For instance, coconut oil that may have a mild natural. If the product says unscented, most likely it's going to be unscented. I would not go into too much detail and do a sniff test and all. If it's unscented, it's unscented. That's what it is. Use it. A question from a sister: can a woman change her abaya / ihram once in the intention of umrah is made? I believe we already answered this question for the men and for the sisters as well. If you need to change the ihram, if you need to change the abaya, when you're in the state of ihram, you can. There's no issue, there's no problem, there's no penalty. And I'll take it one step back. I also forgot to mention one more thing. For when you're getting in the state of ihram, now this goes back for preparation as well, and this is for the sisters in particular. This is part of the preparation. For the sisters, you know that for Hajj and Umrah, you need to be in the state of purity when you're performing Umrah and Hajj. And most of you, all of you will know your dates of cycle. If that is going to happen during the days of Hajj, during the days of Umrah, there are ways to address that. And that starts with, visiting your doctor, taking any medication that you need to make sure that those issues are addressed. Because if you're in the state of impurity, no Umrah until you're clean, no Hajj. Well, most of the Hajj you can do. There's certain rituals that you can't do. But if those issues can be preemptively addressed, then they can be. Most of the sisters do that. Visit your doctor, talk to them, take any medication that you need to, so those issues are addressed. Now, one of the things is getting in the state of ihram. For example, if you are traveling from here, or if you're going from Medina to Mecca, you have to make the intention at the miqat, as we mentioned. Now, for the sisters, if she's in a state of impurity, she will still make the intention at miqat. She will not do anything when she gets to Mecca until she's clean, but she should still make that intention. Many sisters are under the impression that if they're not in the state of impurity, they don't have to make the intention when they're passing the miqat. No. You make all your preparations, You make the niyyah of Umrah when you're passing the miqat. And when you get to Makkah, you wait until you are in the state of purity. And then you will perform the Umrah. But you must get into the state of Ihram when you are crossing the miqat. And we've sent, for the audience that are here live, we've sent some index cards and some pens upstairs. I would urge you to write your questions and send them downstairs from the exit that you see up on the front of you on your left side, and we will answer. Inshallah, I will try to answer all of those questions. It's important for you to get those questions answered that you have, so you are doing it correctly, and you want to make sure that you're doing it the right way. And especially for the brothers as well, if there are questions that are related to the sisters or their spouses that they're not sure about, get those questions answered. There's nothing wrong in asking those questions. There's nothing to be ashamed about either. Because if you don't know, you're not going to, if you don't ask, you're not going to know. And the chances are that you might end up doing something wrong or incorrectly. So make sure that you get those questions asked, and inshallah, I'll try to do my best to answer them. All right, now with that being said, so let us move into the arriving in Saudi Arabia. Now you are there to perform Hajj, but you made the intention of doing Hajj Tamattu', which means you're going to perform Umrah first. Now this is applicable even if you're going for Umrah anytime throughout the year. The process remains the same. It's not different that if I'm going to Umrah, I'm doing Umrah differently. I'm going to Hajj, the Umrah for Hajj is different. No, they're all the same. All right, now once you get there, what's going to happen is you may be given ID cards, you may be given badges, I'm not sure, bracelets. I'm not sure what's going to happen this year if you're going from here. Now, the other thing is, I forgot to mention, some of our audiences here online as well as here, the brothers and sisters that are here, they're going from a different country. And that's fine too. The process remains the same as terms of as far as rituals go. The logistics, they might change and they will change. But what I'm talking about, what I'm telling you is primarily for people going from here. This is how things used to be previously. We're not sure how it's going to happen this year. Now, this is applicable if you're going for Hajj. Most of the time, not most of the time, all the time when you go for Hajj, your passport was taken and you're given your ID, your badge, or whatever. We're not sure what's going to happen this year. If you're going for Umrah outside of the Hajj season, this is not applicable. For most of you, if you're a US citizen, the process has changed a lot now. Most of you are going on a tourist visa, which you can perform Umrah on as well if you're a US citizen. Or if you are a green card holder, you can get the tourist visa as well. So your passport is not going to be taken. You don't have any restrictions. You have all the freedom that you need. You can attend some concerts there if you'd like to as well, because that's also available now. But that's besides the point. Coming back here, your passports may be taken by the group leader. Not sure what's going to happen, but don't panic because you weren't prepared. You have multiple copies of everything. You have to set the right expectations. They want to take the passport. That's fine. Make sure you ask them. Get in touch with Nusuk if you need to. Find out what the process is. Is my passport going to be taken? Where do I get it from? And all of those things. Get those questions answered from the platform. That's not me. That's not the travel agent. That's no one. That's them and whoever is running that show. Yeah, if you viewers want to ask questions, we posted a link in the live stream. You posted the link? I'm going to post it right now. It's a WhatsApp group. And that link is going to be shared with all of you here as well towards the end. Join that group, ask the questions that you need. But that's for the live audience here, ask the questions live. That's why I'm not putting it now. At the end of the presentation, you can join and then ask questions, until Hajj is over. That's fine. But for live, ask the live questions here. But for the online viewers, can they ask in Urdu? Like in here? Yeah, online, yeah. Write it in Urdu, I'll read it. Respond in Urdu, I'll try, inshallah. Okay? So as we mentioned earlier, we're going to speed it up a little bit. Normally, there's a long line at the airport. This is for Hajj again. By the time you get your luggage, by the time you get your transportation. Now, this is assuming you're going to Makkah first, okay? Because most of the packages, at least what I've seen from here, they're going to Makkah first. So we're going to assume that's what's going to happen. This is, if you're going to Makkah first, this is what's going to happen, okay? From Jeddah to Makkah, normal time, you can make it, if you're in a bus or in a car, you can make it, an hour at the most. But Hajj time, that can change to 4 hours to 6 hours. It depends. It depends on many things. No one knows. No one knows what's going to happen. No one can tell you. Okay? Once you get to Makkah, let's say you got to Makkah, alhamdulillah, you made it, you checked into your hotel. Now, one of the questions that we often get is, I'm really tired. Do I need to go and do my Umrah right now, or can I take a break? By all means, take a break. You can sleep if you need to, eat if you need to, no problem. But just remember, you're in the state of ihram. So those restrictions are in place. As long as you're abiding by those restrictions, there's no problem. You want to sleep 6 hours, no problem. You want to sleep 12 hours, no problem. But you better not be missing any salats at that time. But if you want to sleep, no problem. Relax, no problem. Eat, no problem. Make sure that you're freshened up, you have enough energy to perform the Umrah, because it is going to take a lot for you to perform the Umrah. It's not something that just going to the masjid and coming back. There's a lot of actions that are required. So make sure that you have enough rest, that you've done what you need to, you've eaten what you need to, you have the enough energy, and now you're ready to go for Umrah. So let's go. We've reached Makkah. I've put a high-level aerial view of Makkah. Some of you may need this, some of you may not need this. And if you can't see it clearly here, I'll send the presentation. You'll have a better view at that time. So here you can see some of the things that are highlighted. The Kaaba is here in the center, very small place. The huge circle, that's the new expansion. They've expanded it a lot. But other things around it, that's what it looks like. The hotels are in the front row. It all depends where your hotel is going to be. If you've got the package, especially for the Western packages, a lot of the hotels are in the front. But if you got a package that the hotel is at a further distance, then you are going to have a bit of a walk. There is a place called Aziziyah as well. You might have heard of this word. Aziziyah is basically a suburb. It's like a suburb of Makkah. It's not walkable distance. You have to cab it from there. So if your hotel is in Aziziyah, you're going to be cabbing. You're going to be cabbing a lot. You can walk it, but it's going to take a long time. But it's not advisable at all. You're going to cab if you're in Aziziyah. But if you're in one of the hotels close by, that's where it is. I was hoping to be able to zoom into this picture. Is it zooming in? No, because we're sharing it this way because we have online audience and they cannot see the screen. So if it's zoomed in a little bit, you can see here, the Kaaba is right here in the center. This is the old expansion. This happened in the 80s. This is the new expansion up in the front. That's the King Abdullah expansion. You see Safa and Marwa are highlighted here as well. Marwa is here and Safa is here. Those are the two hills that you're going to be performing Sa'i in. Down here are all the hotels that you're going to be mainly staying in. And that's pretty much all you can see. But you can zoom in and look at that presentation at a later time. This is another picture. Here you can see on the right, on the top portion here, that's all of this is the new part of the Haram. This is the new expansion. This you see on the bottom here, this is Safa and Marwa. The one on the left, this is Safa, and this is Marwa. That's what you're going to be doing Sa'i in between those two places. So you can see the proximity. There's the Kaaba in the middle. Those are all hotels up on the top. So that's what it looks like. If you haven't been there before, this is a visual. I put that in there so you know what it looks like. There's another picture at nighttime. You can see how crowded it is. This is taken in Ramadan. You can see people are everywhere. The millions of people that are there. And Hajj will look something similar to this as well. Okay? That's why, as I mentioned earlier, make sure that you go prepared. You have enough patience. There's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be a lot of crowd. There's going to be a lot of pushing, a lot of shoving. a lot of yelling, but make sure that you don't engage in any of that. You'll be on the receiving end of it, but you're going to be patient. This is what the Kaaba looks like. Now, one of the things you'll see, can someone tell me what the difference is between those two pictures? In one of the pictures, you see the cloth is raised on the bottom, on the second picture. On the top one, it's not. If you're going for Hajj, you're going to see the Kaaba like this. The cloth is raised. That's for the protection of the cloth, because people come there, as I mentioned, different intentions. Everyone wants to take a piece of the cloth back home with them. So you have people cutting it and scissoring it and that kind of thing. So they just raise it up for the Hajj season. So you'll see the cloth raised like that, and you'll see the Kaaba exposed that way. When you see the Kaaba the first time, of course, you want to read the dua. When you enter the haram, read the dua, the same dua that you read when you're entering any masjid. And many scholars have said that the first time you see the Kaaba, the dua, that's one of the times that the dua is accepted. So make sure that you have your duas ready the first time that you see the Kaaba. I cannot sit here and tell you and prepare you for that moment, because that's a moment that's indescribable. Your entire life, this is the way that you have faced when you're praying. And finally, there it is right in front of you, that those feelings and those emotions cannot be described. I hope and pray that all of you will be able to go this year and will be able to visualize that and experience that. So when you see that Kaaba the first time, make as much dua as possible. Remember your loved ones, your relatives, your parents. Make dua for the dunya and the akhirah and all of those things. All right. Once you get there, now it's time to get to the business. Umrah is basically two actions that you're doing. One is tawaf, one is sa'i. Tawaf is going around the Kaaba 7 times, and sa'i is going between Safa and Marwa 7 times. Those are the two major things that consist of Umrah. Okay? You're going to go around the Kaaba 7 times. You're going to take a little break. We're going to talk about that. Then you're going to go between Safa and Marwa, and that's it. You'll be done. But there's some details. When I get to the Haram, I see the Kaaba. I'm overwhelmed by emotions. I make all the dua and everything. And now I'm ready to go. There is a starting point. I cannot start the tawaf from anywhere that I want. You have to start at the corner where the black stone is, also called Hajar Aswad. That is identified by many signs that are there. You'll see written signs. You'll see a green light that points, that's in the opposite direction of the stone. It is also the most crowded corner, because the Kaaba is a cube, right? It has 4 corners. One of the corners is going to be the most crowded one. That is the corner where the stone is at. Now, traditionally, the Prophet ﷺ at that time, he kissed the stone, he touched the stone, and that was the start of the tawaf. Today, in our times, that's not possible because of the amount of the crowd that is there. So the solution to that is you simply point to the stone, and that is sufficient for you, because you cannot go close to it. If you go close to it, it's going to be very crowded. And I don't recommend going and doing that at this time. We'll talk about that at a later time. Make intention of the tawaf in your heart. You're starting the tawaf. Align yourself, face Hajar Aswad, and you got a couple of pictures here. You see there's a sign that says tawaf, and then there's a light there that says tawaf. The green light indicates that's where you're going to have to start from. Okay? Raise your right hand, point towards the stone, and you say Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, Walillahi alhamd, and that is it. Now, you'll see a lot of people, Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, Walillahi alhamd, all of those things. Don't do any of that. None of that. You don't need to do any of that. Simply raise your hand, Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, Walillahi alhamd, and that is it. And then you start your tawaf. Again, go back to what I said earlier. Educate yourself as much as possible, so once you get there, you're not going to do what everyone else is doing. Forget about everyone else. Don't look at anyone else. Don't copy anyone else. Don't imitate anyone else. You are there on your own. You are your own guide. Unless you're with your guide, that's a different story. If you have a guide with you, listen to that guide. Don't even listen to me. But if you have a guide with you, listen to that guide. That's all I can tell you. But if you don't, you're on your own, do this. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, walillahi alhamd. First round starts. Same way. You're going to go follow the crowd. Now, one thing here is there are multiple floors that you can do the tawaf from. The ground floor, which is around the Kaaba, that is going to be the most crowded one. That is always going to be the most crowded one. Now, you can do from the first floor and the second floor, which is on the outside, but that's a bigger circle because it's a bigger radius, so it's going to take you longer to do. That's the downside of it. It's going to take you longer. You're going to be walking more, but it's going to be less crowded. It's going to be less crowded. But for the initial umrah that you're going to do, especially if you haven't been there, this is your first time, you want to do it from the ground floor, close to the Kaaba, that's perfectly fine. But prepare yourself. It's going to be the most crowded. It's going to take a lot of time. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. But you want the experience. You want to be as close to it as possible. That's perfectly fine. Now, when I started the tawaf, what am I reading while I'm walking? It's up to you. You can read whatever you want. You want to read the Quran? No problem. You want to do dua? No problem. You want to do azkar? No problem. Whatever you want to do, you should do it. Okay? Until you get to the third corner. Remember, the Kaaba is a four cube, right? First corner, you start second. Third corner, between third and fourth corner, the only recommended dua that we find is رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. Now, the couple of slides here. We forgot to move forward from here. So you start, if you look in the slide, you start from the black stone, you go around. The third corner and the fourth corner, the third corner is called the Yemeni corner. Between that third corner and the fourth corner, that is when you're going to read رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. That is what the Prophet ﷺ has taught us. The rest of the time, if you want to read that the rest of the time, that's fine too. You want to read any other dua, that's fine. You want to hold the Quran in your hand or on your phone and read, that's fine too. It's all fine, no problem at all. One thing that is not okay for you to do is to be filming the whole event, because that's what you're going to see a lot of people doing that. A lot of people, they're doing tawaf and the camera is here, the phone is in their hand, and that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. This is an act of ibadah that you are in. Take it seriously. You want to take some pictures, you want to take some video for yourself, that's fine, but do it after. Don't do it during it. Don't do it during it. I cannot begin to tell you. And they're not, it's not just they're taking pictures and recording videos. It's video calls that they're having with the relatives that are not there. And they're just having a normal conversation. Look where I'm at. Look how I'm doing. Look how crowded it is. Look how everything is going. Like they're getting a virtual tour. That's not what you're there for. Don't do that. You want to take pictures, you want to do video, that's fine. Do it after. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to have it. You want to have those memories. You want to have those pictures. You want to share it with your friends. You want to share it with your family. That's fine. But there's a time and a place to do that. And during the tawaf, during your ihram, during your hajj, during your tawaf, during your umrah, that's not the time. Do it later. So make sure you're aware of that you don't do that. Okay? So now, one thing that you're going to do is that when you're performing umrah now, remember that ihram that you have? This is one of the questions that was asked. Once you get there, during the tawaf, before you begin tawaf, this is for the men only, not for the sisters. What you're going to do is now you're going to uncover your right shoulder. Okay? You're going to uncover your right shoulder and put it over the left shoulder. It's not that hard. You need to demo it, or we're okay? We're fine, right? expose the right shoulder and the right shoulder only. And this is the only time that you're going to do it. After that, during the sa'i, you're going to cover it. Before it, it's going to be covered. Only during this time, it's going to be exposed when you're doing the first, the tawaf. And this is when you're doing umrah, tawaf, and sa'i. Because that's when you're going to be ihram. If you're just doing tawaf, you don't need to be in the state of ihram. Okay? Now, it is also recommended that during the first three rounds, you walk a little faster. The 3 rounds should be faster than the remaining ones. But today it's not possible because of the amount of crowd that's there. So it's okay, no problem. All of them are going to be at the same pace, no problem. Now, I'll just mention one thing here. Now, one of the reasons why some people ask, like, why are we exposing the right shoulder? Why are we doing this and this and this and that? You look at the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, one of the things that had happened was when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam made hijrah to Makkah and Medina, then they came back. Then the Treaty of Hudaybiyah happened. They made a treaty that because they wanted to come, the Muslims wanted to come and perform Umrah. The Quraysh did not allow them. They signed an agreement and they said, no, you don't perform Umrah this year. This year you go back. Come back next year and perform Umrah. So when the Muslims came back next year, what happened is they emptied out the city of Makkah because the Muslims were there for a few days. They said, we're going to let you perform Umrah. We're going to let you do your thing and that's it. But what they did was they emptied out the city and they start spreading a rumor within the crowd, within themselves, saying, stay away from the Muslims because they have a disease that you're going to be exposed to. And if you're exposed to that, then you're going to catch that disease too. Some of the books, they mentioned that they said that the Muslims have a disease called yellow fever. So if they have yellow fever, stay away from them. So when the Prophet ﷺ found out about this, he wanted to demonstrate to the people that this is a lie. So he ordered the companions to expose their right shoulder. So you demonstrate your strength and ability that we're not weak, we're not sick, we're here for business, we mean business. We're here to perform Umrah, and that's the only thing that we're going to do. And this about being sick and having fever and all of this is nonsense. And that's the other reason why the Muslims were commanded for the first 3 circuits to walk a little faster, because that's what a soldier does. You're exposing, you're projecting your strength. But that's the sunnah that we're following. So that's the reason why you're going to uncover your shoulder at that time. That's the reasoning behind it. Not that you need to know, but that's something good for you to know as to why you need to do that. So you do that 7 rounds. Same thing in all the rounds, nothing different. Now, one of the things that happens here, keeping track of which round that you're in. Make sure that you keep track. Sometimes you forget, am I in 4th or 3rd? Not sure. The scholars have said, go with the lower number. Go with the one that you're the most sure about. And oftentimes you're more sure about the less number than the higher number. So if you're sure about the 3rd one, go with the 3rd. Now, there are little, the digital trackers or counters that you can get over there. You can get those, or they have 7 beads like tasbih that you can get. If you want to use that to keep track of which round that you're in, that's fine. You can use that too. If you're with a group, make sure everyone is on the same page. You know which round that you're in. You do 7 of those, and that's it. We already talked about reading Rabbana Atina Fid Dunya from the 3rd to the 4th corner. From the 4th corner, if you want to read through the entire duration, that's fine too. Couple of questions that come here. What if salah happens? I'm doing tawaf and I'm in my 3rd round. The adhan happens and now it's time for maghrib. Okay, no problem. You break for maghrib, you pray the salah in Jama'ah, and then you continue as normal after that. You don't have to start over again. If your wudu breaks, you have to have wudu for this action. If you're performing umrah and you're doing tawaf, you need to be in the state of wudu. Even if you're doing just tawaf, you have to be in the state of wudu. If your wudu breaks, go and do the wudu and come back, and then make up the round that you wudu broken. For example, you don't have to start over again. You don't have to start over. If my wudu broke in 4th round, I'm going to do wudu and come back, and then I'm going to start from the 4th round. I don't have to start from the 1st round again. Do from the 4th round. no problem. Here we go. Here's the picture of what it looks like. This is what the right shoulder is exposed. Now, let's say I'm praying. No, I'm doing tawaf. Maghrib time comes. I'm in the 4th round. I have to pray. When I'm praying, make sure that you cover that shoulder. Many times, many people forget, including myself, because you're used, now you're exposed and all of that. Cover that shoulder when you're praying. If you don't, it's fine. Your salah is acceptable. No penalty, nothing, none of that. Don't worry too much about it. But cover it up. Try to your best. You might have people remind you about that. That's fine too. You'll see that. Once you're done with tawaf, you've done your 7 rounds. Now, there's one thing that you have to do, which is now you have to pray 2 rakats. 2 rakats you have to pray, and it is recommended that you pray behind Maqam Ibrahim. Maqam Ibrahim is the name of a place by the Kaaba. It has the footprints of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam on the stone that he built, that he used when the Kaaba was built. You are to be praying behind it. Today it is impossible for you to do so due to the immense number of crowd that is there. So you can pray anywhere in the haram. But today they have designated place. You'll see it marked. It is behind Maqam Ibrahim, but it is further behind. You will see some people who take this literally, pray behind Maqam Ibrahim. They go and pray right behind it. And they have hundreds and thousands of people that are trying to perform tawaf, that are doing tawaf, and they're blocking people, and people are stepping on their hands and feet, but they're still trying to pray over there. Don't do that. You don't need to do that. You're making it hard for yourself and others as well. So don't do that. Pray in the designated place or anywhere in the haram, but you will find places that are designated for you to pray the 2 rakats. Pray the 2 rakah. It is recommended that in the first rakah, you read Surah Ikhlas, and you read Surah Kafirun in the first rakah, and in the second rakah, you recite Surah Ikhlas. Qul ya ayyuhal kafirun and Qul huwallahu ahad. Those are the recommended ones. From somehow you forget, you recite something else, that's fine too, no problem, but those are the recommended ones. Pray the 2 rakats, you're done with part 1, you're done with tawaf. You want to take a little break, you want to take a little rest, you want to sit down for a little bit, fine, no problem, you can do that. Sit in the haram, sit in the mataf area, but usually it's pretty crowded, you won't have the time to do it. It is recommended that you drink some zamzam if you want. Good thing you have your bottle here with you, you're going to drink your zamzam with you, you're going to freshen up. And then you're going to go for sa'i, which is the second part of it. Sa'i is the act of going between Safa and Marwa. Safa and Marwa are 2 hills. Previously, they used to be not part of the haram, but now after the expansion, they are part of the haram. They are inside the haram. Before, they used to be outside. Even in the 40s and the 50s, they used to be outside of the haram. They were not part of the haram. It used to be a market between them, and then people just used to be performing sa'i between them. But all of that has changed. Now it is part of the haram. So sa'i is basically going between Safa and Marwa 7 times. One of the common mistakes that people make here is that they think that Safa and Marwa, so if I start at Safa, you're going to start at Safa, and those are 2 hills. Safa is the larger, Marwa is the smaller one. You'll see it when you go there. Many people think that Safa and Marwa, going and coming is 1. It's not. From Safa to Marwa is 1, and then from Marwa back to Safa is 2. If you think that you're going to go and come back is 1, you're causing hardship to yourself. And you're going to be doing the sa'i much longer than your friends are. And the friends are going to be wondering where you are at, and you're going to tell them, I'm still doing it, and they'll ask you why you're doing it, why it's taking you so long, and you're going to tell them, I'm doing Safa and Marwa, and that's 1, and they're going to tell you you're wrong. So don't do that. Going is 1, coming is 2. So in that, if you're doing 7, you will start at Safa, and where will you end? You'll end at Marwa. If you're ending at Safa, check your count. That's a problem then. So going is 1, coming is 1. That length between Safa and Marwa is approximately 2 miles, all of it. Not 1, all of it, 2 miles. That's why I go back to what I said earlier about the slippers, about the comfortable slippers and all those things. This is going to help you a lot here because you are walking on marble. So make sure that you're wearing a comfortable footwear That's going to help you. Otherwise, the fatigue is going to be killing you. Okay? Here you see some pictures. You'll see signs, there's signs everywhere there. Because after you're done with tawaf, where do you go for Safa and Marwa? You have huge signs. All of the pictures that you see in the presentation, they're all mine. They're not from online. All of them are, most of them are the ones that I've taken. They have these huge signs that give you the direction this is the direction that you go to do your tawaf, do your sa'i, and that's the direction of Safa. Now, Safa and Marwa is you're running between two Safa and Marwa, right? Contrary to the tawaf, if you're doing it from the second floor or third, it's a longer radius. But that's not the case for Safa and Marwa because you're just going back and forth. And there's 5 to 6 levels that you can do. The main one is going to be the most busiest one. I would recommend that you don't do it from there. The reward is the same, the work is the same, everything is the same. Do it from the second or the third level, which is going to be much less crowded than it is. Do it from the second, the third, or the fourth. Or even in Hajj time, they have the roof open as well. It's all the same distance. It's all the same work. The only difference is the crowd that's there. So do it from the floor that is less crowded. How do I begin this sa'i? I'm going to go to Safa. You're going to face the Kaaba. And you're going to read the following. Inna Safa wal Marwata min sha'airillah. This is a verse from the Quran in chapter 2, verse 158. Indeed, Safa and Marwa are from the signs of Allah. Then you're going to recite, Abda'u bima bada Allah bihi. I begin with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has begun with. And then you're going to read the following. Allahu Akbar, walillahi alhamd. Now there are different variations of that. Allahu Akbar. لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد ويحيي ويميت وهو على كل شيء قدير. Again, there are different variations of that. له الملك وله الحمد بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير. All of them are correct. لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وهزم الأحزاب وحده. You don't have to memorize this because you can look and read, no problem. If you memorize it, it is better. It will be easier for you. But if you don't have it memorized, you can read from the printout, you can read from the book, you can read from the phone. It's all fine. You're going to read this 3 times. First time you're going to read it, after you're done with this, make any dua that you want to. Second time, read it, make any dua that you need to. Third time you're going to read it, make any dua, and then you begin your journey between Safa and Marwa. Now, there's difference of opinion again among scholars. Do you do this at every time at Safa and Marwa? Some scholars have said that you should recite this every time you reach Safa, every time you see Marwa. But most of the scholars are of the opinion that you only need to do this the first time when you're beginning. The rest of the time, you don't need to do it. Both are correct. You want to do it at every round, that's up to you. You want to do it on the first round, that's fine as well. But it must be recited. Okay, now, we've already talked about all of those things. Now, one thing that's going to happen is, as soon as you start from Safa, you walk a little bit, you're going to see a bunch of green lights hanging above you. That's an indication for you that in those green lights, in that area, you are going to have to speed it up a little bit. And this is applicable only for the brothers, not for the sisters. Not necessary that you must run, because people are under the impression that they must run and they're running like their life depends on it. Don't do that. Especially if you're in the state of ihram. Because by the time you reach there, your ihram might not be in one piece. So be careful about that. Walk faster than normal, jog if you need to, but you don't necessarily have to run as fast as you can. Don't do that. And that's only between those 2 green lights. The significance, all of this, what we're doing is, of course, following in the story. We're reliving the story of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. Ibrahim alayhi salam was one of the first ones who had built the Kaaba. This whole entire journey of Hajj, actually 80% of it is reliving the life of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. Running between Safa and Marwa is actually following in the footsteps of the mother of Sayyidina Ismail alayhi salam. Because Ismail alayhi salam, when Ibrahim alayhi salam was commanded to leave Sayyidina Ismail alayhi salam by the Kaaba in the desert, which he did, and the baby was crying and there was no water. And the mother panicked, Sayyidah Hajra radiallahu ta'ala anha, she ran between these two mountains looking for the water. And that's what we're doing here. That's what we're recreating between Safa and Marwa. And those two, the light, the green light, those indicate that she sped up during that portion because it was a valley at that time and it dipped a little bit. When it dipped a little bit, she was not able to see Sayyidina Ismail alayhi salam by the Kaaba. That is why she ran a little bit faster. And that is the sunnah that we're following upon. Recreating and retracing the steps of the family of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. The majority of your journey is that. Majority of the Hajj rituals are based on the life of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam, that Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam showed us how to do it. There are some additional things, but most of it revolves around the story of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. So you go, you stop where you need to stop at the green, and then continue on, you reach Marwa, come back Safa and Marwa 7 times, okay? What you're supposed to do during this time, anything that you want. You want to recite Quran, you want to do azkar, you want to do make dua, anything that you want, do it. There's no prescribed azkar, there's nothing. Whatever you want to do it. For this one, if your wudu breaks, no problem. You don't need to be in the state of wudu to perform sa'i. For tawaf, remember, you need to be in the state of wudu. For sa'i, you don't. But it's better if you do, of course. But if your wudu breaks, you don't have wudu, that's fine. You don't have to go and do wudu and come back and do sa'i and all of those things. Don't worry about that. So here you go. I mean, this is a little table here. Lap 1 is going to be Safa and Marwa. Lap 2, Marwa to Safa, back and forth. You're going to complete 7 circuits. So if you start at Safa, you end at Marwa. And if you look in the map, you're going to be ending farther from the Kaaba because Safa is closer to the Kaaba, Marwa is further. So you're going to end at Marwa. Now, depending on where your hotel is, for most of the folks, it's much easier to come back to Safa and exit from that side because that's going to be closer to your hotel. If you exit from the Marwa side, chances are you're going to have to walk a long circle before you come back to your hotel. So check on the map, the pictures that are in there, see where your hotel is at, what's the easiest way for you to get to your hotel. This is what it looks like here. You can see how crowded it is in the first picture. The second picture of the green lights that I talked about, that's what they look like. You run a little bit between those. And then again, that's only for the brothers, sisters, you will not run. The third picture is a more interesting one. Those are electric scooters that you can get over there that you can use between Safa and Marwa. You can use them if you need to. All right? If you're, if you're elderly, you cannot walk, by all means you can use them. That's one option. You also have the option of the wheelchair. You can use a wheelchair if you like. You can hire people. So you have 3 options. One, you have your own wheelchair. A family member is pushing you around in the wheelchair the whole time. Second option, you can hire someone to push you in a rented wheelchair. Third option, you can rent one of those electrical ones and do it yourself. Don't rent the electric one just because you're tired. Being tired is part of the journey. Unless you're severely disabled, you can't go on anymore, your leg, your foot is broken or something, okay, then use it. But don't use it because, you'll see a lot of people that are using it. It's very questionable if they really need it or not. Okay, it's very questionable. Youngsters, people who are in their 20s, young guys, they're just cruising around in there and, they're fulfilling. Think this is an act of ibadah. You spend tens of thousands of dollars to get there. You want to do it to the best of your ability. Don't make any shortcuts. Don't take any shortcuts. You have to pay some money for that. You have to rent them. And you can do tawaf and sa'i in that. But there's a designated floor for that electric scooter. You can rent that and you can do tawaf and so you can do the whole thing on the scooter if you need to. But inshallah, you will not need that. But if you need it, that's an option for you. That's available. You can book it over there. There's an app for that too. But you'll see a lot of kiosks that are over there. People are, that you can rent that and use that if you need to. Which reminds me, the other thing for the wheelchair as well. If you are going to need a wheelchair, you have several options. One, you can take one here from here with you, or you can get one over there too. They're available at many places, especially all the pharmacies there. They have it. You can purchase one over there, use it, and at the end, you can donate it, and you'll get the reward for anyone that uses it. You don't have to bring it back with you. That's another option. If you want to take your preferred one, you can do that too. Again, go back to what I said earlier. Be prepared for anything. The chances of someone else using your wheelchair as well is there as well. By the time you pray and come, you put your wheelchair here, you pray, and then by the time you're done with your salah, your wheelchair is gone. It happens. It can happen. No need to panic. You can purchase another one there. It's not a problem at all. Okay, and some suggestions here that I put in 7 rounds. You can divide it in this way if you like. Once you get the presentation, you can use this. In the first round, you want to praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In the second round, you want to do durood. Third round, you want to do dua for family and friends. Fourth round, you want to do dua for all the Muslims. Fifth round, you can do istighfar. Sixth round, you can make all the dua that you want for the dunya. And seventh round, for everything in the akhirah. If you want to divide it this way, you can. This is just a suggestion. It's not the sunnah. It's not based on any hadith, any tradition, or anything. It's just a recommendation for you to make things easy for you, if you want to do it this way. If not, that's fine too. Now, I'm done with tawaf. I'm done with sa'i. I'm almost done with my umrah. I have one last thing left to do. And if I don't do this, even if I go and change my ihram, change my clothes, I will still be in the state of ihram unless and until I do this. And that is the shaving and or trimming of the hair. And this is for men, you have the option to trim and shave. For the sisters, you only have the option to trim. You should not be shaving your hair. You only trim your hair. For the sisters, it's very easy. A fingertip, gather all of the hair, and a fingertip is all you need to trim. Gather all the hair in one place. A fingertip is all you need to trim. For the brothers, you have 2 options. Either trim the hair or shave the hair. Now, for those who are going for Hajj, and if you're doing Hajj tamattu', which means you're doing Umrah first and then you're going to do Hajj, at both times, shaving and trimming of your hair is required. So the recommendation is for the first time, trim it, and when you do Hajj, then shave. Because if you shave, 2 days later, you're going to have to repeat it again, and the barber or yourself, you're going to do a razor on your skin. And that's usually not a pleasant experience. So recommendation, if you're doing Hajj tamattu', you're doing tawaf, you're doing Umrah, taking a break and doing Hajj, trim the hair first, and when you do Hajj during that time, then you can shave it. You can shave both times if you'd like to. It's up to you. But the reward is more when you shave. At the hadith, I put the hadith here for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. For the ones who shave, the reward is 3 times more than the one who trims. But in this case, if you're doing Hajj, inshallah, you're performing this Umrah. You have the intention of shaving when you perform Hajj. In that case, you'll get the reward for both, inshallah. This is what most of the scholars have said. But if you want to shave both times, that's fine as well. Now, a couple of things that you'll notice here. You'll see a lot of people at the end of Marwa standing there and they're just trimming right at Marwa. Don't do that. Go to the barber shop and get it done over there. Or the other option, if you want to take a trimmer with you, you can do that too. You want to do it in your hotel, do it. You want to do it yourself, you can. You want to have someone do it for you, your family, your relative, your brother, sister, you can do that, no problem. Don't stand there and do it. You don't have, many people think that it has to be done at Marwa as soon as I'm done with my Umrah. No, you don't have to. Go to the shop and get it done. But you also see people who are offering to do it for you at Marwa. Instead of you doing it yourself, they'll say, you want your head shaved, you want a trim, come over here, I'll do it in the corner. That's a sure sign that's a guarantee that you're going to get some sort of infection or a disease or something. Don't do that. Do it yourself. Go to the barber shop. They all use disposable products. It's all hygienic. Do all those things. Another common mistake, you'll see some of the sisters trimming their hair over there as well. Don't do that. One thing you're doing, you're exposing your aura as well, because part of your hair is part of your aura. You should not be uncovering that in a public place. Wait till you get to the hotel and do it. There are no beauty salons. You can't go to the shop and do it there for the sisters. You're going to have to do it in your room. Your husband, brother, someone is going to help you do it. Or you can do it yourself too. It's not a problem. Once you do that, then all of the restrictions are lifted. So even if I come back to the room, even if I change my clothes, even if I do everything that I'm supposed to do, if I didn't do this, I'm still in the state of ihram. So make sure that you do this. You won't forget it, because people are going to be hassling you. The barbers are going to be hassling you. Come to me, come to my shop, come to my shop. Just get it done and then go back. Make sure you do it before you get to the hotel room, because oftentimes you're so tired after you're done with Safa and Marwa, you're done with Sa'i, you just want to go back to the room and you want to relax. But make sure you get the haircut before you get to the room. People sometimes say, I'm going to go to the room, I'll relax, and then I'll go for my haircut later on. And then by the time they wake up, they forget, and then they go take a shower and all of those things, and then they forget about it later on when they're enjoying their dinner, then they'll remember it. No, don't do that. Do it before you get to your room, and it will be good for you, inshallah. That's basically your Umrah is done. Now, let's say you get to Mecca on the 4th or the 5th, your Umrah is done. Now you have 5, 6, and 7. You have these 3 days. What are you supposed to do during these 3 days? What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take a break and relax. Tamattu' is basically saying, the word itself, one of the meanings is that you're going to relax. It's taking a break. Because you came from this huge journey, you just finished Umrah, you're going to be tired. Now you're going to use these 3 days to relax and prepare yourself for the main objective that you're there for, which is Hajj. Now, sometimes you'll see some people who want to perform additional Umrahs during this time. Can they do it? Yes, they can. There's no prohibition, but you're only going to be tiring yourself, and then when Hajj comes, you're going to be dead. You're going to be exhausted. So these 3 days, use them to relax, enjoy yourself, make sure that you're praying all of your prayers in the haram, okay? One of the things is, if your hotel is right in front of the haram, the common thing people see or experiences, they just pray the salah in the room. I can see the Kaaba from here, I can see the haram from here, I'm just going to join the Jamaat from here. And the rest of the time they spend shopping in the mall. No, don't do that. Make every effort to pray all the salahs in the haram from Fajr until Isha. All the salahs in the haram. The rest of the time, you're free to do whatever you want. You want to go visit the historic sites, you can. You want to go to Jabal Nur, you want to visit Ghar Hira, you can do all of those things during those 3 days. But make sure you have enough time to relax and recharge yourself for what is to come. Now, one thing here you see on the bottom here, there's a point that is highlighted here. If you want to perform another Umrah, you can, but you need to get into the state of Ihram by going to that boundary that we talked about, the miqat that we talked about. And for people in Mecca, it is a place called Masjid Aisha, also known as Tanim. It's about 15-20 minutes away without any traffic. Put the ihram on, do everything on that you need to do in your hotel room. Take the cab, go there, make the niyyah, come back and do the Umrah. That's what you need to do. You cannot just put the ihram on from your hotel room and then go do Umrah. It doesn't work that way. Put the ihram on, put everything on, go to the miqat, make the niyyah, come back and do the Umrah. Now, the entire Hajj journey, because look, many people have this misunderstanding. Hajj is so many days. Hajj is so many days. Actually, it's not. The entire Hajj is only 5 days. Okay, now we're getting into the Hajj, and I'm going to speed it up a little bit here and move things on. Hajj is 5 days, and the easiest way for you to remember is these five fingers that you have. These are going to be the best way for you to remember. Okay? And the way you're going to do this is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala designed us, He created us, and there's reasonings behind it. And when you think about this for a moment here, things are going to make a lot of sense for you. The length of your fingers actually indicate to you the severity of those days. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If I'm starting with 8, 8 is the shortest one, or I can start with this 8 as well, okay? 8 is going to be one of the most easiest days for you, because all you're going to do is on the morning of 8, you're going to go from Mecca. You're going to put the ihram on. Now you put the ihram on for Hajj. Now you're going to make the intention for Hajj. You can put the ihram on in your hotel room, wherever you are, anywhere in the haram, anywhere in Mecca, that's fine. If your hotel is far away, if your hotel is in Azizia, that's where you're going to put the ihram on. Anywhere, wherever you are, you're going to put the ihram on. You don't have to come make the niyyah in the haram or go to the miqat or anything. No, none of that. Put the ihram on wherever you need to. Make the niyyah. Now you're in the state of ihram. Day one, all you're going to do is you're going from Mecca to Mina. Mina is a place where you're going to be spending most of your time during Hajj. Mina is your base camp, basically. You're going to go to other places in Hajj, but you're going to keep coming back. You're going to keep coming back to Mina. So Mina, you go there. This is what it looks like. It's all tents. Now they've erected permanent tents. They're there throughout the year. Previously, it was not like that. This is what it looks like. On the bottom here, you see these are what the tents look like. Most of them, this is what they look like. And now, what you take with you for these 5 days are the most basic things that you need. Don't pack the bag, a full bag that you need. Only take the basics with you. The phone chargers that we talked about, the power bank. Take the extra ihram, take some medication with you. You don't need four pairs of clothes. You don't need any of that. Take some of that Gatorade powder that we talked about. It's the basics, just the small backpack is all you need to take. It is highly, highly recommended that you don't take any of the bags with the wheels with you. Don't take those, because that's not going to be good for you, and it's not safe and dangerous for you and others, because you're going to be doing a lot of walking. There's going to be a lot of crowd, and dragging that bag behind you is not advisable. People are going to trip. People are going to fall. You're going to lose the bag. Don't do that. Have a backpack. Have it on you. It's the most easiest way to do it, and that's all you need. And if you look in this picture here, if you look in this picture, that's all the space that you're going to have. One person, that sofa is going to turn into a bed. That's all the space that you have for you, that you have for you when you're going to be in Mina. You're not going to have your own room. It's a shared space. It's a shared tent. Brothers are going to be on one side, sisters are going to be on another side, or maybe brothers in one tent, sisters are going to be another tent. Not sure how it's going to be this year, but that's what it looks like. Those are all the pictures. This is what it looks like. So you see that opens up. Some tents, they may not even have that. Some tents may just have mattresses. It all depends. It all depends, on your package, and also what the arrangements are this year. Some of the VIP tents, they might look a little bit different. They might have beds and stuff. It's all different. But this is just to give you a rough idea. This is what it looks like. Now, one of the things here, you look at Mina here. You see all the tents. You see all those things. Everything looks the same. And it's very easy for people to get lost in Mina. They exit their tent and they go to the bathroom, or they want to get something to eat, whatever, and they come back and they think they're going to their tent, but they're not, and they get lost. First thing you get there, make sure you make a note of where your tent is at. They're all located. They all have locations. They all have numbers. You do that. But the best way to do that is, again, use the phone that we talked about. Hopefully it has the plan on it. Your phone is working. Drop that pin. That's going to be your home base. And share that with others, that this is where I am, this is where I'm going to be. If I get lost or something, this is where I need to come back. If you go for a walk, you want to go meet some friends. Your friends are in a different camp. They're in a different camp. Your friends are visiting from Australia or from UK or from Pakistan or from India. They're not going to be the same. They're all going to be separate. But you want to meet them, you can meet them, and then you can come back to where you need to, and this is the easiest way to do it. You ask people where to go, people are going to tell you, yeah, just keep going straight. You'll never find your place. They're going to keep going straight. That's all I'm going to tell you. Keep going straight. Keep going straight, and you'll never find your place. This is the best way to do it. All right, some more pictures here. Again, space is very limited, and historically, each tent, they only have a couple of power outlets. And people are going to be taking turns charging the phones and all that. That's where if you have a good power bank, make sure your power bank is good and strong. It's going to last, a good amount of time. Don't take a small one because it's useless. Charge your phone. If you need to charge that power bank, make sure you do it at nighttime when everyone is sleeping, and that type of thing. All of that is listed here. What you're going to do now, so after basically, between Fajr and Dhuhr, most of the pilgrims will make their way from Makkah to Mina. You get to Mina, you get to your tent, you get situated. In Mina, this is what you're going to do. You're going to pray Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha on the 8th. And these, they're going to be shortened. Yeah, in place of Dhuhr, you're praying 2 rakah. Asr, you're praying 2 rakah. You're praying at their time. You're not combining them. You're traveling, you're shortening. This is the way the Prophet ﷺ did. Dhuhr, 2 rakah. Asr, 2 rakah. Maghrib, 2 rakah. Isha, 2 rakah. You'll see all the tents, they'll be praying in Jamaat. That's fine. Again, not sure how it's going to happen this year. If people are praying on their own, they can do that too. And then the next day, you pray Fajr as well. So now you're in the night. So 8 is done. 9th, you're reaching the climax depending on the hardship of the day. 8, Mina, you get there, you relax. Now, what you do during the day, remember, now you're in Hajj. You're in the state of ibadah. Recite as much Quran as possible, do as much zikr as possible, make all the du'as that you need to. Don't waste your time there. Don't sit there and talk about how terrible the service has been, how terrible the food is, and all those things. None of that. You're in the state of ibadah. You are on a journey of a lifetime. Make sure you spend your time wisely. Don't spend time chit-chatting, talking about, all things. If you have data on your phone, don't spend it on WhatsApp. Don't watch YouTube. Don't do any of that. Leave everything aside. You, yourself, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's it. Now, the other thing I want to mention here before we go to day 2, one of the biggest shocking things that you're going to find when you get to Mina are the bathrooms. I'm sure you've heard about this. The bathrooms are going to be the worst thing that you've ever seen. Probably the worst bathrooms that you've ever seen before. Okay? It's not going to be easy. They're not going to be pleasant. They're not going to be clean. But it is what it is. That's what you have to do with. So you don't need to sit there and eat that biryani the whole time, because you're gonna pay the price later. You're gonna pay the price later. So take it easy on the food. Have snacks, have water, have milk. Keep it light, keep it easy. Go to the bathrooms, at nighttime or during off time. Don't go an hour before Dhuhr time, an hour before Asr time, because they're gonna be crowded. But it is going to be a challenge, but it is what it is. That's what you have to deal with. And we talked about the hooks. You're going to use the hooks. If you go there, that's going to help you with your ihram and that type of thing. And a lot of the bathrooms, most of the bathrooms, they have a shower in there too. If you need to take a shower, that's what you do. And then the next day, so 8 is done. You're going to sleep, going to wake up for Fajr. The 9th, you're going to pray Fajr in Mina. Now, after Fajr, you're preparing to move to step 2. Day 9 is the main day of Hajj. This is the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the significance of the day of Arafah is the Prophet ﷺ said, Al-Hajju Arafah. Arafah is Hajj. Even if you miss Mina, let's say that for some reason you were not able to make it to Mina on the 8th, the transportation got delayed, the bus was not there, something happened. You made it to Arafah on the 9th. You're in Arafah on 9th, your Hajj is accepted. Everything else can be remedied. If you don't make it to Mina, then I'm mentioning this for a reason because, again, we don't know the packages that are there. Some of the Mashayir packages that I talked about, people are arriving there on the 7th. I'm not sure where they're going to make it. I hope they make it on the 8th to Mina. I hope they do. In the event that they don't, even if they make it to Arafah on the 9th, their Hajj will still be valid. If they miss 9th, if you miss 9th for some reason, whatever, you miss 9th, your Hajj is not valid. You will have to repeat the Hajj. There is no dam that you can do. There's no penalty that you can pay. Your Hajj is not done. You have to repeat the Hajj again. 9th is the most important day, the day of Arafah. Pray Fajr. This is what happens. You pray Fajr. And then between Fajr and Dhuhr, you get to Arafah. Arafah, there's few things that you do here. Not a whole lot. You're going to pray Dhuhr and Asr here. You're going to pray Dhuhr and Asr. And you're going to pray it combined. Now, there's a difference of opinion among scholars here. Even within the Hanafi scholars, there's a difference of opinion. There's an opinion that says, no, you don't combine Dhuhr and Salah. You only combine if you're praying in the main masjid of Arafah, because they combine it there, then that you combine. But if you're praying on your own, then you should pray Dhuhr separate and Asr separate. But most of the scholars, the Hanbali, the Maliki, the Shafi'i, and even within the Hanafi school of thought, major difference of opinion exists that says that no, there's an exception made for the day of Arafah. This is the way that the Prophet ﷺ prayed, and this is how we're going to pray. So you're going to pray 2 rakat Dhuhr and 2 rakat Asr combined together at that time. If you pray in the main masjid, which I don't recommend that you do, because the masjid is going to be far from your camp, it's going to be 120 degrees, you cannot walk there, and most of the time it's very crowded, it's very hot, it's very difficult. You don't get more reward if you go and pray over there than you pray in your tent. Pray in your tent, save yourself that energy, save yourself that hassle. Pray in your tent. If the salah is happening in the main masjid, there's a khutbah that is accompanied, just like Jummah salah as well. So in the tent, you don't need to do that. Some of the groups you'll see, maybe they'll have a little speech, have a little reminder. That's fine. If you don't have it, that's fine. But it's not mandatory. Pray Dhuhr and Asr, and that's fine. The golden time on the day of Arafah here is between Asr and Maghrib. Between Asr and Maghrib is the main time on the day of Arafah. All of Arafah, all of the Hajj is sacred. All of the time is sacred. But the main hours are between Asr and Maghrib. This is it for you. Your entire life, your entire journey is for these 2-3 hours that is there. This is where you're going to make all the dua that you want, all the dua that you can, all the dua that you need. You're going to separate yourself from everyone else. I don't know anyone, don't talk to me. I don't know you, you don't know me. This is what you need to do. This is it for you. You spent all this time and effort, everything, this is it for you. And some people, you can do it in the tent, you can go out in the open and make the dua. The other thing is there's a mountain there where the Prophet ﷺ gave the final sermon. You'll see a lot of people going to that mountain. You can go to it if you want to for the experience, but you don't have to. It's not part of your Hajj. Make the dua in your tent, outside of your tent. Save yourself for what is to come, because you're still in day 2. Day 3, 4, and 5 are still there. Don't spend all your time and effort in day 2, especially doing things that you don't have to. So then when you have to do the things that you need to, you don't have the energy to do it. So conserve the energy, do what you need to. The other thing is, on the 9th, you're going to start reciting the takbirat, the takbirat tashriq that we do over here as well in the days of Hajj. Starting from the 9th after Fajr, you're going to recite Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, wa lillahi alhamd. Okay? Now, the best dua on the day of Arafah, because the question people answer, what dua should I make? What dua should I make? The Prophet ﷺ told us, the best of supplication is the supplication on the day of Arafah, and the best of is what I and the prophets before me have said. لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد وهو على كل شيء قدير. And the translation, of course, we all know that this is again going back to labbaik Allahumma labbaik. Everything is for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything is for Him. Everything is dependent for Him. We're making all of this for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the dua that you can read. In addition to this, any and all duas that you need to make sure that you do it here. This is it for you. This is the golden hour, the few hours, the golden time for you to make all the duas that you need to. Okay? When the Maghrib time happens, you're not going to pray Maghrib here. Maghrib is not going to be done in Arafah. You're in Arafah until Maghrib. After Maghrib, now you start making yourself, making your way to a place called Muzdalifah. So all of this we already talked about in the presentation. These are some pictures. This is what it looks like. That's the main masjid, Masjid Nimra in Arafah. That's what the masjid looks like. That's what the tent looks like. Remember, you are there only for a few hours. So you can handle it. It's not that you can, I can't sleep anywhere. I don't have a bed. I don't have a mattress. I don't have a pillow. You're not going to have that. Don't worry about that. You're only there for a few hours in Arafah. Now you're going to move to the next station. After Maghrib, sometime after Maghrib, depending on your package and what the arrangement, the logistics are, you're going to go to a place called Muzdalifah. I'm going to plug the phone in here real quick because we're streaming and we have many viewers online. And I don't want the phone to die. So let me just plug it in here real quick. Yeah, I need an extension cord. I need an extension cable. If they have that, you can check in the office. I think he has it. Right here. I brought him at 7. All right, so what's going to happen now? You've done your part in Arafah. You made all the dua that you can. Inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will accept it. There are many hadiths that talk about this. We don't have the time to go into the details. You're going to go to the next place, which is Muzdalifah. Now, this is the third place you're in, right? You started at Mina. You go to Arafah. Now you're in Muzdalifah. Muzdalifah is basically, you're going to spend the night here. There are no tents, there are no camps, there are no hotels, nothing. It's an open ground. As you see, here's a picture of it. It's an open space. And that's where you're going to be sleeping at nighttime. Now, previously, they provided you with a sleeping mattress, a thin mattress in Arafah. I don't know what's going to happen this year. So maybe you can have a bed sheet, a little sheet with you, or some people have they get a yoga mat that you can purchase over there. You want to have that, that's fine. Carry that with you. When you're done in Muzdalifah, you can just leave it there, throw it away. You don't need it, but whatever. But again, you're only sleeping there for a few hours. You can do it without it. But if you can't, you need something, make your own arrangements, or talk to your tour guide, whatever is going to happen this year. Not sure. Most of them, they do provide you something to sleep on. When you get to Muzdalifah, you're going to do Maghrib and Isha. Same thing as before. You do the Adhan, you pray Maghrib, 3 rakah, and then you follow that with Isha. And then there's only one thing that you're going to do here. And that is going to be collecting the pebbles that you need for the next 3 days. You collect the pebbles here. Now, some people, you'll see them collecting in Arafah as well. Some of the scholars have said that it's permissible. You can collect it from anywhere. That's fine too. But it's recommended that you collect it from Muzdalifah. Here, because you went prepared, you have your Ziploc bag with you, you're going to collect your pebbles in there. If not, then a water bottle or anything that's, that you can collect some pebbles in, that's fine. You'll find them everywhere. Collect the pebbles. Now, you'll see like people washing them, people cleaning them, and all. You don't have to do any of that because you're going to be, it's a symbolic ritual that you're doing that you're striking the shaitan with. Why do you need to wash it and disinfect it and all of that? Why shaitan is going to upset with you that you're striking me with the infected stone or something? No, don't do any of that stuff. Collect the stones. How many stones do you need to collect? Now, I put in here, you need 60 to 70 stones. At the bare minimum, you will need 49 stones. The additional are in there for extras that you need. And day number 13 is an optional day. If you stay an extra day, you will need those stones. And there's some extra in there that you need in case you drop a pebble, you drop some stones, you need to have some extra ones. At the bare minimum, you need 49. I would recommend that you take at least 60 to 70 with you. Okay? In Muzdalifah, you'll see people reciting the Quran and doing du'as and all of things. You can do all of those things. But it is highly advisable that you take a good night rest here. Because now remember, 8 is done. 9, Arafah is done. 10th day of Hajj is going to be the hardest day of Hajj for you. It is the hardest day of the entire journey for you, day number 3. So you want to make sure that you have a good rest and you're fully charged for day 3. Day 2 spiritually, as far from the perspective of significance, the day of Arafah is the most important one. Yes, but as far as so we'll take a break 5:30 for 25 minutes. Okay. So the pebbles that you're going to collect here is going to be used the next day. So again, remember, 8, 9, 10, the longest finger, the longest day for you, the hardest day for you. And then it's going to start going down after that. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So now I'm done with 8, I'm done with 9. Now I'm prepared for the next day, which is the 10th. What's going to happen on the 10th? A lot of things are going to happen in the 10th. The day is going to start. You're going to pray Fajr in Muzdalifah. And you're going to leave Muzdalifah after Fajr. For most of the groups, this is what happens. Some groups you will see leaving before Fajr. Don't do that. The Prophet ﷺ permitted for the sick and the weak and the women to do that if they need to. But in most cases, don't cut any corners. Don't take any shortcuts. Stay there. Follow the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Unless you really need to, unless you're really sick, you're dehydrated, you have diarrhea, you can't walk, all those things, then yes, maybe you can make your way out of there. But pray Fajr in Muzdalifah, and after Muzdalifah, now you start making your way. Now, where do you go? You go back to your base camp, which was where? Where was your base camp? In Mina. You're going to go back to your Mina. Now again, this is all based on how the groups operated before. Your group leader will take you back to Mina. And then the following is going to happen. You have 4 goals today. Well, actually 3 main ones. 4th can be done on 4th, but if you don't do it, you can do it the next day. Rami, which is the stoning. There are 3 distinct places that you need to stone. three shaitans, if you call them that. You're only going to do one, which is the third one, which is also called the largest one. They all look the same, they all see the same, but it's the first, second, and third, and they're in that order. So on day one, you're going to stone the third one, not the first, not the second. And you'll see everyone, no one should be stoning the first, and usually they have it blocked off as well. You're going to stone the third one. This is where you're going to use your pebbles. We're going to talk about how you stone as well. Second thing you're going to do is you're going to offer your sacrifice, your qurbani, right? Third thing you're going to do now is you're going to come out of the state of ihram, which is by hopefully shaving your hair this time. Previously you did umrah, you trimmed, now you're going to shave. Fourth, now you're going to do the tawaf and the sa'i of Hajj now. All of this is happening in one day. Some of the scholars now, they have said that this needs to be done in order. And there's, as I mentioned earlier, difference of opinion. And now, this is the beauty of Islam, the beauty of fiqh, that it adapts to the situation. Today, now we're in the situation. Previously, especially point 2, the animal sacrifice. The group leader used to be able to inform their group when the sacrifice was done. Now, the package, they're taking the money for the sacrifice, but you don't know if you're going to be informed or what's going to happen. You're paying for it, you're assuming that it is going to be done. There's no way that you can do this in this particular order. So we're going to try to do it to the best of our ability as possible. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stone. I will not shave my head before I stone. Don't do it. Go and stone. Animal sacrifice, if you're notified, great. If you're not, assume that it's done. As long as you've paid for it, you fulfilled your obligation, you fulfilled your responsibility. No one is going to go and be slaughtering their sheep or goat and all that. It used to be done before, not anymore. It's all automated. You're not going to go to the slaughterhouse. It's all done for you. Previously, you were notified of when it was done. Some of the groups, they had that connection, they had that ability, but now it's not the case. Then what you're going to do is you can either shave or trim, okay? Now, there are many things that we can talk about here. For example, now from Mina to Jamarat is a walk. It's going to take you a good amount of time to walk, usually an hour, a couple hours. It's all walking through a tunnel. It's a long walk. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort. It's going to be crowded. Historically, what has been done is different camps were assigned specific times that the group leaders, for example, from 10 to 12, this group goes, from 12 to 12, this group goes. That's probably what it's going to be, how it is going to be this time as well. Your camp leader will tell you when it's time for you to go. That's when you go. You go, you make the walk. It's a long walk. During the whole walk, you're reciting what? You're saying labbaik Allahumma labbaik, all of those things, you know, making the walk. You get there, you do your stoning, you do act 1. Animal sacrifice, we already talked about that. Shaving or trimming the hair, now you can do that. And now you are mainly out of the state of ihram, except there's only one condition that's remaining. Except not condition, one restriction that is remaining. And that restriction is for the married folks. They cannot have any intimate relations until all of those 4 items are done. Until the tawaf and the sa'i are done too. If that's not done, if you've done the stoning, if you've done the sacrifice, then you can shave and trim your hair and you're out of the state of ihram. If you do tawaf and sa'i, then you're fully out of the state of ihram. Okay? Now we talked about all of those things. So you go on the first day, you're going to stone only the last one, which is the main one. 7 pebbles is what you need. You're going to throw it one at a time, not 7 altogether. No, one at a time. You know, it's recommended that you recite Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Now, when you look at, I think there's a picture here. If you see here, this is what it looks like. Before it used to look different. This is what it looks. This is what all three looks like. This is what you're stoning basically. Okay, again going back to the footsteps of Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. This is where the shaitan came and he whispered to them not to slaughter his son and all those things. That's basically what you're doing here. When you're going from here, you'll see a lot of people gathered around here because they're trying to get to it as close as possible. A tip is you don't need to go here. You can go around it and come from here. Come from the side and come from the other side and you can stone it. It's the same thing. Do that and it will be much easier for you. This is what it looks like. These are the different levels. Those are all the tents. That's Mina. You're coming from that direction. You're going through here. And it's much, much, much easier and much more safer now than it was before in the previous years. You probably heard of all the stampedes and all those things that happened in the previous years. This is the place where most of this happens. But a lot of this has been addressed by now with all the new construction and all of these improvements that have been made. So when you're here, make sure that you're stoning and you're pelting the stones and they're actually falling in the space that it needs to fall into. Don't pelt from 50 feet away and your pebble ends up hitting the guy close to it. Don't do that. Get as close as you can, as long as you know that your pebble is striking where it needs to. That's all you need to do. You'll do Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, and then you'll do 7 stones. And then that's it. So you see here, this is the order. There's the small one, there's the medium one, and there's the big one. Now, a couple of days ago, one of the brothers who've been looking to book the packages, he said he found a package and he wanted to book it. And then he was talking to someone about the package. And he told him, why is this package $25,000? And, other packages are 15,000 or 20,000 or whatever. He said, oh, this package is, it gives you the tents that are closer to the Mina. And there is a camp, it's the VIP camp, which is closest to the Mina. But he doesn't explain it to him this way. He tells him, no, your camp is, you have a good camp. He said, what camp do I have? He said, you have the camp, you have the Iblis view camp. You have the Iblis view camp. And he said, what's the Iblis view camp? He said, it's the closest to the Jamarat. You can see the Shayateen from, you can see the Iblis from there. So you have the Iblis view camp. And the guy is confused. What kind of camp is this? He said, no, it's the one closest to Jamarat. You can see it's 5 minutes. So that's the camp that you have. He said, oh, okay, it makes sense now. But he's just telling him it's the Iblis view camp that he has. All right, we talked about all of these things. Now, we talked about the restrictions being lifted. Now you're going to make your way to Mecca. And then you're going to do the same thing that you did before. We talked about the things, the Umrah that you're going to do. Now this is for the Hajj. You'll do the Umrah and you'll do the Sa'i. Now, for the sisters, if they're in the state of impurity, until now they've done everything. They went to Arafah, they went to Mina, they went to Mina, they went to Arafah, they made all the du'as that they needed to make. They can make the du'as. There's no restriction, there's no prohibition in the du'as. You can make all the du'as that you can. They didn't offer any salah because they're excused from it. 8, they've done it. 9th, they've done it. 10th, they're going to do most of the things. They can go for the stoning, no problem. The only thing they're not going to do is they're not going to do the tawaf and the sa'i until they're in a state of purity. Once they're done, then they can do it. So they must wait until that happens. So you can do this on the 10th. But if you don't want to, you can do it the next day too. It is not mandatory for you to do the tawaf and the sa'i on that day. You can do it the next day. That day is going to be, as I mentioned, the longest and the most difficult day for you. Because remember, 8, you went to Mina. 9, you're in Arafah. You slept in Muzdalifah. You barely got any sleep. You're really tired. You walked all this from Mina to Jamarat. You stoned. You're really tired. If you want to delay that for the next day, you can. But remember, the restriction that is going to be there if the intimate relation restriction is going to be there. But everything else can be taken care of. You've done the stoning, you've done the slaughter, and you've shaved or trimmed your hair, and that's it. Now, this day, it is recommended. I would recommend. I mean, you can make the decision for yourself. The mataf is the ground floor area around the Kaaba. That is gonna be extremely, extremely crowded. Do the tawaf from the second or the third floor. It's gonna be much easier for you. Yes, it is going to be longer, but it's gonna be less crowded for you. You want to do it from the bottom? That's fine. You can do it, but try to make things easy for yourself. Do it from the second or the third floor. The reward is the same. The reward is the same. It's not that I'm closer to the Kaaba, I'm gonna get more reward than up there. No, no. The reward is the same. Try to make things easy for you, not difficult for you. Okay. Same thing. We talked about Umrah. I'm not gonna talk about how you do tawaf and say it's the same procedure. Do the tawaf, pray the 2 rakah, do the sa'i, safa, and marwa, and that's it. Now you come back to Mina and you spend the night in Mina. Okay. 8, 9. Now this is day 10. Day 10 is ending. You go back to Mina. You spend the night in Mina. Now this is where a lot of this happens. A lot of the packages come into play. If your hotel is in Mecca that is close to the Haram, then things are going to be much easier for you, much more convenient. Because now you can come back to your hotel, you can change, you can shower, relax, do whatever you want, and then go to Mina in the evening. The obligation is you spend the night in Mina. And even the majority of the night in Mina. So even if you miss a part of the Mina, it's okay, as long as the majority of the night is spent in Mina. Daytime, you can be anywhere. You can be in Mecca, you can perform tawaf, you can pray in Mecca if you want, all of those things, in the Haram if you want, you can do all of those things. But that's done much easier if your hotel is right by the Haram. If your hotel is in Aziziyah or if it's further away, then it's really not that practical. Spend the time in Mina. Do what you need to. Now, the next day, day 4 and day 5. Now remember, we're coming back. 4 and now 8, 9, 10 is done. 11, 12, and now it's going down. Means the days are becoming easier. 11, 12, you're going to do the same thing, which is one thing only. That is, you're going to stone. Now this time, you're going to be stoning all 3. Remember, on the first day, you only stoned how many? The one, which one? The small or the large? The large one. Now, you're going to stone small, medium, and large. All of them are going to get it this day. Okay? You're going to do 7, 7, 7. That's it. That's all you have to do on this day. Okay? The most recommended time you do after Dhuhr. For some reason, you can't do it after Dhuhr. You're late, whatever. After Maghrib, it's okay. After Isha, okay. But most of the people, they will get it done. Between Dhuhr and Maghrib, they will get it done. This is all that you're doing. So you go back to Mina, you spend the night there. Usually you go with your groups, you go with your tent mates, whatever. That's all you're doing. There's no slaughtering, there's no going anywhere. So remember what I said, Mina is your base camp. Everything comes back to Mina. Now, if your hotel is close to the Haram, again, if you went after Dhuhr, you finished, let's say by 4 o'clock you're done. You want to go to your hotel in Mecca, you can do that. You can go sleep there if you want. You want to pray Maghrib and Isha in the Haram, you can do that and come back to Mina at night if you want. You can do that too. There's no problem. But remember, knowing where your camp in Mina is, that is the challenge. Especially if you're going back from Mecca to Mina. A lot of times people get lost. People don't know where the camp is. And, it's a problem. But if you know where your camp is, you drop that pin, you're using the Google Maps to help you get there, it'll be much easier for you. The rest of the time you're going to spend, of course, doing as much salah, zikr, all those things as much as possible. All right, we talked about all those things. So what you're going to do between the stoning, you're going to go stone the first one. After you're done, You're going to face the Qibla. It's marked there as well. You're going to make dua. Second one, stone, make dua. Third one, stone, no dua. Only in the first and the second. Third one, stone, and you're done. Come back to Mina, go to Makkah. It all depends what your schedule, what it is. 13th is an optional day. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about it in the Quran. The time does not permit us to go into the detail. 13th is an optional day. If you don't intend to spend the 13th in Mina, then you must leave before sunset. So if you left your camp on the 12th to stone, you should leave the intention that this is it, you're not coming back. But if somehow you got late, you got delayed, whatever, if you stayed in Mina, then you must stone on the 13th as well. This is where the extra pebbles come in hand. Remember, you collected more in case you needed them. This is where you would use them. And as far as the stoning, the elderly or the sisters, the weak, if they are not able to go, or if it is a challenge for them to go for the stoning, you can do it on their behalf. So let's say that I'm sick, I can't go. I can give you my pebbles, and then you stone on my behalf. So once you're done with yours, you make the intention that you're stoning on this person's behalf, and that is it. But make every effort to do it on your own. Again, don't, put it on autopilot and that's it. I'm giving you my stones, go take care of it. I'm going to enjoy myself because I need to go shopping. Don't do that. This is your Hajj. This is your reward. This is, everything is yours. All right? You're almost done. There is one last act left for you to do. And we're at 5:29. We're going to be taking a break here quickly. Brother Imran, can you go ask him for taking a break now? We're going to take a short break here, then we'll finish up. Yeah, are we taking a break now? I was hoping for a break. No, we'll break when we need to. All right, I'll stop here for a few minutes and take any questions before we move on. Yes, because you have to spend the night in Mina. Spend 10th, 11th, 12th, those nights should be spent in Mina. Yes. Yes. Yeah. No, on the last 2 days, right? The last 2 days, the only act that you have to do is stoning. That's it. Yeah, regular prayers. No. You can recite the Quran. I mean, it's all personal ibadah. There's no. The only obligation is the stoning. The stoning is the only obligation. That's not part of Hajj. Hajj starts on the 8th. Though if you're doing Hajj, that was part of Umrah because you're doing Hajj Tamattu, which means you're doing Umrah, you're taking a break, then you're doing Hajj. Not on the 8th. 8th you go to Mina. On the 10th. On the 10th. Anytime, 10th, 11th, 12th. 8th you're in Mina, 9th you're in Arafah. 10th, you can do it on the 10th. You can't do it on the 10th. You can do it on the 11th or the 12th. On the day of Arafah, the next day, yes, you can do it before. You can do it before too if you want to get out of the ihram. You could do it before. In this case, because this is part of Hajj, the rules are a little bit different here than for Umrah, right? If you want to get out of the state of Ihram, there's 3 out of 4 that should be done that we talked about, right? The stoning, the sacrifice, okay, and the other thing here, the shaving, right? The shaving and the trimming. If you do those 3 things, you're out of the state of Ihram. Now the 4th one, which is the tawaf that you have, the tawaf and the sa'i that you have to do, that will take you out of the state of Ihram, including the intimate relations. Now, so the question is, do you shave and trim before that? You have to if you want to get out of the state of Ihram. But if you don't want to, you want to wait till you do all 4, then you do it later. But you could do it before too, it's not a problem. Yes. This is what I'm saying, right? So the total number of days that you're going to be in the state of Ihram, the maximum is, 3 to 4 days. If you include even the Umrah time, if you're doing Hajj Tamattu, the Umrah before Hajj as well, that's the maximum number of time, the duration you're going to be in the state of Ihram. The rest of the time, it's all regular clothes. Everything is normal. So people, they tend to sweat this a lot. Like, I'm going to be in the state of Ihram for 10 days, 15 days. No, you're not. When you go for Umrah, it's only for a few hours, right? Like, let's say 5 to 10 hours, 12 hours if you're pushing it, right? On Hajj, you put the Ihram on the 8th, 8th you're in Ihram, 9th you're in Ihram, 10th part of the day you're in Ihram. It depends when you finish with your rituals. If you finish them, ahead of time or, midday, you can be out of Ihram. Then you put the regular clothes on. We talked about this, right? If I remove my clothing, am I still in Ihram or no? You're still in Ihram. You're out of the state of Ihram. Yes. Yes. Yes, I mentioned that. So you don't have to do it on the 10th. The question is, can I do the tawaf and the sa'i on the 11th and the 12th? Yes, you can. You don't want to do it on the 10th, that's fine. It's going to be really crowded. And some scholars actually recommend that you do the next day. It's going to be really crowded. It's going to be really busy. But if you want the full experience, do it on that day. You go back to Mina. Yeah, you can come back the next day and do it. Any other questions? Yes. Yes, we talked about this earlier, and it's in the presentation too. During Sa'i and even Tawaf, I recommend take an extra pair with you, that you keep it only for this purpose, that you're gonna wear it in the Haram during Tawaf and Sa'i. You can wear the slippers, and you're gonna be thankful for that, because walking on the marble for 3 miles, 4 miles is gonna be very painful at the end. You can wear it, no problem. No, if you on the 12th, then you go for 13th.
after on this spot, if we're done with tawaf and things, then we can go back. We're done completely.
If you're done with your stoning,
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. 10 on the spot, you have to stone
yes.
all 3 days.
Uh-huh.
And then after the stoning, so we're done with the tawaf and things, which could be done on the spot, like potentially.
Yes.
Then after that, we're supposed to be done. We can go back to our hotel.
Then you can go back to your hotel. Now there's only one ritual that's left. We're going to talk about that next. But as far as Mina, Muzdalifah, Arafat, Jamarat, stoning, all of that is done. Jamarat is basically the place where you go to stone. Where you go to stone, the three shaitans. Now, explaining the virtues of these places are going to take more of this, which I don't have right now. But the only thing that you should understand is these are important places. They have their virtues. This is the way the Prophet ﷺ has done it, and that is why we're doing it. If we get into the what and why and how, it's going to get more complicated. Arafah is the place, that's the plane. And I mean, just to give you some more background, look, this entire journey, all of this is a preparation for the ultimate gathering for all of us. That is inevitable. Look, in the Quran, Allah, we all know there are 5 pillars of Islam, right? Shahada, Salah, Saum, Zakah, and Hajj. Out of those 5 pillars, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there's no surah in the Quran called Surah Al-Salah, Surah Al-Zakah, Surah Al-Saum, Surah Al-Shahada. No. But there is Surah Al-Hajj. And in Surah Al-Hajj, the opening verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us about a scene that is going to unfold. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, Ya ayyuhan nasu taqu rabbakum inna zalzalata sa'ati shay'un azim. When that earthquake is going to hit, that sign of the day of judgment is going to be here. It is going to be an incredible sight. Incredible sight. يوم ترونها تذهل كل مرضعة عما أرضعت وتضع كل ذات حمل حملها وترى الناس سكارى وما هم بسكارى. The people are going to be wandering around clueless, with a worried look on their face, and they're only going to be looking out for themselves and no one else. It's going to be a great gathering. All of this is a preparation, it's a rehearsal. When you're going for Hajj, you're only taking the essentials with you, right? You're not taking all of your family members with you. You're not taking all of your wealth with you. You're not taking all of your cars with you. You're not taking all of your houses with you. You're not taking your friends with you. You're not taking your relatives with you. It's you and your basic things, basic items that you need. And even the ihram signifies that, right? This is all. We have very little in this world. But the thing that matters the most is our a'mal, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows about that. No one else does. So this entire journey is a preparation and a rehearsal for that ultimate day that is going to come. The most recommended time is after Dhuhr. After Dhuhr. Now, in modern times, some of the scholars have permitted to go before Dhuhr as well. But that's difference of opinion. That's a opinion that exists, but most of the scholars say that no, you should go after Dhuhr because it is doable. After Dhuhr. I cannot hear your question all the way. The Jamarat is open 24/7. 24/7. You can look between Dhuhr and Asr between Dhuhr and Asr, like the first couple of hours or the first 4 hours is going to be the most crowded one. If you want to wait a little bit, if you want to go a little bit later, you can. And I go back to the hadith that we had mentioned earlier. Don't make things difficult for you. If you can go without any problems, without any issues. Because you look, going through hardship is part of Hajj as well. Like you cannot just expect everything to be easy. I don't want to go when there's no crowd. I want to do tawaf when it's easy, when it's cool. No. I mean, then you can't enjoy, you can't benefit from the day of Arafah because Arafah is during daytime. What are you going to say? I'm going to do Wuquf for Arafah at nighttime. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but we should expect to face difficulties in this journey as well. It's organizing to the best of their ability. Okay? They try to do it to the best. Even if it's organized, remember, there's going to be about, I don't know how many millions of people, but usually it's between, 2.5 to 3 million people that are there. Okay? So even if it is organized, you're still going to be with tens of thousands of people that are going to be with you. It's always going to be crowded. Yeah, so usually this is what happened historically. Your group takes your package provides all of those things, right? Food and snack and tea and all of those things. But again, I go back to especially in Mina and Arafah, they will serve you, hopefully, especially for the Western camps, they serve you, good meals. A lot of camps they have buffets as well and all those things. But don't do that, because you're going to pay the price later. Don't do it. It's not going to be good for you from logistical perspective and spiritually as well. You're there. Look, the entire journey, as we talked about, 8, 9, 10. These are 3 days. You can survive. You can make it. Have some snacks. If you need to take some snack bars with you from here, from Costco, Sam's, whatever, have some of that with you, and that's going to be sufficient for you. But you will see people there like eating like they never had food before. And then on the day of Arafah, they're sleeping the whole day. The day of Arafah, they're sleeping the whole day. This is the most important day, the most important day of Hajj, that the Prophet ﷺ said that Al-Hajju Arafah, Hajj is Arafah. But because you had that 10-course meal the day before, you spend the time sleeping. And no one is going to be worried about you. If you're sleeping, I'm not going to come and wake you up. That's your Hajj. You want to spend your Hajj sleeping? That's a decision you made. So make sure, you think about all of those things when you're there. Not for Hajj. For Umrah, yes. For Hajj, no. I would not recommend taking kids for Hajj. For Umrah, yes, I would take them. Any age, no problem. For Hajj? As far as what? Like you're talking about from a religious perspective? Well, first thing, you have to be able to afford it. And given the way the packages are priced now, if you have that much to take your kids for Hajj, come see me afterwards. I want to know what you're doing. But no, I would say, like, given how things are going now, especially like this year and the next couple of years, save that money, because Hajj is not mandatory on them yet. Spend that money and take them for Umrah, so they start getting that attachment and getting in that spirit. So later on, when they go for Hajj, it will be more beneficial for them. And that's the other thing too. Like when you're going on this journey, don't do this just to, just fulfill an obligation and get it done with. No. Think about this. Is why I said a lot of preparation goes into this. Do the reading, listen to the lectures that you need to, put the time and the effort in learning about this. And that's going to be more beneficial for you. Otherwise, you're just going through the motions, going through the rituals, and when you come back, you're still the same person as before. No one can see any change in you, including yourself. Don't do that. That's why preparation is important. This is, a journey for you. Journey for you and your a journey of a lifetime. So I want to see, it's 5:47. Are we breaking now, or are we? Can you check, Hamza? Can you check? Yes, we're breaking. So we're gonna take a 25-minute break. Now, yeah, there's more. There's one more ritual, and we didn't even cover Medina yet. Uh, there's the farewell tawaf that you have to do as well, and there's some rules and regulations about that too. And then we can talk about a little bit about Medina as well after that. Although visiting Medina Sharif, Medina Munawwara is not part of Hajj, it is highly recommended that you do, and we're going to talk about that. It's in there. We'll cover that. That's why you have to be back. You come back for the presentation. So we'll resume at let's see. Asr is at 6:45. We'll be done before that. We'll be done before that, inshallah. 5:15 will resume, inshallah. 5:15 will resume, inshallah. Same thing for our online audience. If you have any questions, posted in the chat. I'll answer them when we come back, inshallah. Yeah, 6:15. 6:15 will resume. 6:15 Central Time for our online audience. 6:15 will resume, inshallah.
I know. So we go early to so we will have maybe 1 week. We leave on 17th from here. So can we go on whatever? Yeah. That's the flight from New York. I tried everything. I got lucky with this one. My bike and stuff. But can we go to Medina and then come from there and come on? No, I booked it for the Omar. I'm doing Umrah there. And then we check the Arab. Then I have 6 days. Yeah, you can go to the I can go to Medina and then come on like a day before 8. I can do it.
You'll do the tawaf, and then you will pray the 2 rakats. That's always going to happen after tawaf. Whether you're doing umrah or not, doesn't matter. 2 rakat after tawaf, all time. In this, the same thing. Do the tawaf, do the 2 rakats, and then you're done. For the sisters who are excused, they're still excused. They don't need to do this at this time. Okay, there's some hadiths that talk about the virtues. You can look at that in the presentation. But the reward is immense, as we talked about. Whoever performs Hajj, who doesn't fight, who doesn't do any of those prohibited things, then they will come back with a clean slate. Such is the reward for performing Hajj. The last thing here is visiting the Prophet ﷺ in Madinatul Munawwara. Now, this can be done before Hajj or after Hajj. It depends on the package that you're going with. And again, as I mentioned, this is not part of Hajj. Your Hajj will be complete with, or even if you don't go to Medina, your Hajj will be complete. It's not one of the requirements for Hajj. But going to Medina is a highly recommended act, and you should do that when you're there. You don't have an excuse not to go. I will go to, because those are pictures and slides that you can look at when we give you the presentation. The Prophet ﷺ said, there's a few hadiths that I put here. The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever visits my grave, my intercession becomes obligatory for him. Whoever visits me after my death is like the one who had visited me during my life. Whoever undertakes a journey to visit me will be my neighbor on the day of judgment. Would you not want to visit the Prophet ﷺ then? You hear people say, oh, it's not part of Hajj, you don't need to go. No, I know it's not part of Hajj, but you should go for these reasons mentioned and others. Therefore, you can go before or after, as we mentioned. So again, there's nothing in particular. There's no ihram, no restrictions, no prohibitions, none of those things. This is what it looks like if you haven't been there before. These 3 chambers, the one on the left and the one on the right, there's nothing in there. They're all empty. The Prophet ﷺ is the one in the middle. The first circle that you see in the picture here, above number 1, that is aligned with the Prophet ﷺ. So much so that it is aligned with the face of the Prophet ﷺ facing you. So when you're standing in front of it, is it as if you are facing the Prophet ﷺ and the feet are towards facing to your right. Same thing, number 2, followed by Sayyidina Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu, followed by Sayyidina Omar radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Those 3, their final resting places are there, and this is what you see when you go there. Now, those pictures are old. This is what it looks like now. There's a new fence that is erected in front of it. You will walk from it, you'll walk in front of it, and you will say your salam as you're walking by. And there are many, many ways that you can do that. I'm sure you'll be purchasing some books, or you can use this as well. How you should say the salam to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There are many, many recommended ways to do so, and here's one of them. I will not go into the details of it, as you can read it in the presentation. You don't necessarily have to be there. You can send durood and salam on the Prophet ﷺ from anywhere and everywhere. You can say salam to the Prophet ﷺ even from here. The angels will carry it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make it happen. Other than this, there are no compulsory duties in Medina. That is all that you're doing there. There's no tawaf, there's no sa'i, there's no activity. This is why we go back to what we said. Medina first is going to be beneficial for you. You get to Medina, you relax over there. There's no real activity besides this. You freshen up and then you go to Makkah. This is why if you're planning for Umrah, make sure you go to Medina first, then Makkah. Of course, pray all the prayers in the Haram. That goes without saying. Don't pray it in your hotel. Don't miss any salahs. Go and pray the salah in the Haram. That is all that you have to do. Hopefully, you'll be able to do so. The reward is immense of praying in Medina and Makkah, and it is more in Makkah than in Medina, but it is much more than praying in a regular masjid. And the hadith talks about that. Other places to visit in Medina that you can do easily, right outside of the Haram, there's the graveyard, there's a cemetery known as Jannatul Baqi. According to many historians, up to 10,000 of the companions of the Prophet ﷺ are buried in that cemetery. Visit that cemetery, make dua for them, and make dua for all of us. There's also the mountain of Uhud that you can visit that is close to that is close. There's Masjid al-Quba, the first masjid that was built when the Prophet ﷺ made hijrah from Mecca to Medina. You can visit that and pray rakat in there as well. And there's Masjid al-Qiblatain. This is a place where the revelation came to the Prophet ﷺ about changing the Qibla from Masjid al-Aqsa to Masjid al-Haram. That masjid is there, and you can visit those places as well. We'll answer the question in 1 minute. We have one more slide, and we can answer the questions after that. Resources, I'm going to send this to you. How to pray janazah, we talked about this. Make sure you know how to pray because there's a janazah after every salah. Some recommended links I put there. There's a dua called 40 Rabbana. These are all the Rabbana duas from the Quran. This is going to be helpful for you because when you're there, what am I going to read? That's the question most people have. What dua I should read? Have this with you. You don't have to have it memorized. You can look and read it. Read the du'as. It has the translation. It has the meaning. It has everything. There's another book called Fortress of Muslims. I recommend that you get that too. Make sure you download all of those things. Download them on your phone. You have them with you at all times. There's a couple of other links I put in there. A link for train. Now there's a train that goes from Jeddah to Mecca to Medina. I would recommend taking that train if you're on your own for transportation. Book the ticket and take the train. It's much, much easier and much more convenient than going in a taxi or a bus or anything. But make sure you're booking it from the platform. There's another link for tourist visa. If you're going for Umrah, this is for outside of the Hajj season. That's where you get the visa from. Here's a link. If you have any questions, even throughout the journey, scan this QR code. It will add you to the WhatsApp group. That is where I'm going to send the presentation. Scan this QR code. If you want to send this to someone, you can do that. It's in the group description. Copy that link, send it to someone. But scan this, you'll be added to the group, and that is where I'm going to send the presentation. And I can only answer questions related to the rituals of Hajj. I cannot tell you when you're getting your money back. I cannot book any hotels for you. I cannot book a train ticket for you. I can't do any of that. None of the logistical stuff. Only the rituals I can talk to you about, inshallah. Yeah, this is in WhatsApp. This QR code is for the WhatsApp. You scan this, it will add you to the WhatsApp group. Presentation is going to post, I'll post in here. And I'll send it to you too. Okay, I will take 3 minutes to take any questions from the audience here. Or if online we have a lot of audience. If anyone has any questions. Yes, you had a question. What's that? Yes, we talked about that. Visiting, if you're going to Medina, of course, you're going to visit the Prophet ﷺ to say salam, right? Now, the only thing that changed, there is a special area in Medina called Riyadul Jannah. Riyadul Jannah, if you want to pray in there, you have to make an appointment through the app. The app is called Nusuk. You have to make the appointment. Without the appointment, they're not going to let you go in there. Other than that, you don't need to make an appointment for anything else. What is what? Dam and penalties, that is a whole different conversation. But if you have a specific question, post it in here and I will answer it. Because every act requires, there's a different level of penalty for different actions. So I can't have I don't have the time to have a general conversation on the penalty and the dam and the fidya and all of those things. But if you have a specific question, I can answer it in the group, inshallah. Sisters are not allowed in Jannatul Baqi, in the cemetery, they're not allowed. But in the Haram, they're allowed. And they have specific times for visiting the Rawdah of the Prophet ﷺ as well. Any other questions from the live audience here or online? I will check. I don't see any other questions and I don't want, yes. There is no dua. You use Bismillah Allahu Akbar, that's all you're going to read. Bismillah Allahu Akbar, Bismillah Allahu Akbar. There's no specific dua. There's nothing that you have to do. You make no, the dua is personal dua. Personal dua. There's no specific dua. Dua for yourself, dua for everyone. That's what you do. No specific dua. Any other questions that you can think of? If not, we're going to end it. Inshallah, we're going to end it for our online audience as well. And then I will share the presentation by later tonight, inshallah. I'm going to clean it up a little bit. Open your phone and then scan it. I'll send you the link. Okay, if no more questions, then I thank you for your time. Jazakallah khair for being here, for joining us. And inshallah, I hope and pray that all of you will be able to go. We make dua for the organizers that they help improve the Nusuk platform so all of us are able to utilize it for the way that we want to be able to do so, inshallah. And last but not least, make dua for everyone, for all of us if you're there, for all of us, our children, for the administration of this masjid, and everyone else that you can think of. Don't forget us in your du'as, inshallah.
Just want to thank you, Omar, for taking his time, mashallah.
So much patience.
Yeah, mashallah, you know, may Allah reward you.
So well.
You know,
Thank you
mashallah.
for doing that.
Amazing, comprehensive, Jazakallah khairan.
He's one of the best we got. Where did you buy this, Omar? Apple Store?
You can buy from Apple, you can buy it online, Target, Walmart, every place.
I gotta buy a bunch of these. This is very heavy.
Thank you so much.
बहुत हेल्पफुल चीज है।
Alhamdulillah.